This is the WCSF Radio Television Thanksgiving Basketball Classic, simulcast live on the CSF Television Network and 88.7 FM, WCSF Joliet.
Live at the College of St. Francis Recreation Center in Joliet, Illinois for the second game of tonight's tournament in the WCSF Thanksgiving Basketball Classic. Hello again, everyone. I am Nick Weiss.
I'm Jeff Julian.
Thank you for joining us in Game 2 of the WCSF Radio TV Network Thanksgiving Basketball Classic between the Providence Catholic Celtics and the Hillcrest High Hawks. What a game we have for our second game tonight, Jeff. Two teams with different destinies. Hillcrest picked to win the Sitka Central, and Providence, a very young basketball team.
As you said, Nick, in the Sitka Central right now, Hillcrest is the king of the hill. They are picked to finish first in that division at 9-3, and they're a very strong team. And for them, it's a nice chance to see three different teams that they're not going to see throughout the year. You know, get a chance to look at some different defensive and offensive sets.
It will be key for Providence, their younger players, to step up to a good opportunity for them to gain some experience.
As we said for Providence, they have two obstacles to overcome. A lot of youth on this team, not a lot of experience, and they're missing their football players who are downstate right now.
We'll be back with the opening tip-off right after this on the WCSF Radio TV Network.
This broadcast is being underwritten by the John Manor Insurance Agency. For all of your insurance needs, be a part of the winning team. 220 North Larkin Avenue, Joliet. Call 815-729-4650. NBD Bank, 2500 West Jefferson Street, Joliet. Phone 815-729-5000. Lens Mufflers, Brakes and Shocks, full-service auto repairs. 2419 Plainfield Road, Joliet. Call 439-2400. And by Bill Jacobs Chevy, Geo, Mazda, Mitsubishi. Proudly serving Will County's transportation needs since 1955. 2001 West Jefferson, Joliet. Phone 725-7110. J&F Sports Specialties. T-shirts, uniforms, sweats, accessories. 1399 Plainfield Road, Joliet. Phone 815-741-8801. And by Pizzas by Marshaloni, 1603 North Rainer in Crest Hill. Phone 722-1616. Stofan Agazy and Company Incorporated. Call and compare stocks, bonds, mutual funds, annuities, and options. 2301 Glenwood Avenue, Joliet. Phone 729-1266. And by Joliet Lithoprint Company Incorporated. Service printers. 423 North Chicago Street, Joliet. 727-4951. And by Newsom Rehabilitation and Sports Medicine Centers, 401 Madison Street in Joliet. Call 815-744-4660. And now back to the action with the WCSF Radio TV Network Thanksgiving Basketball Classic.
Welcome back to the College of St. Francis Recreation Center. Along with Jeff Julian, I am Nick Weiss. Glad to have you with us for Game 2 of the 1995 WCSF Radio TV Network Thanksgiving Basketball Classic. Boy, what a first game we had tonight, Jeff. Joliet Catholic upsets Joliet Township.
Exactly, Nick. If we get lucky in the second game to have one as competitive, as exciting as the first one, we're going to be sitting very nicely.
Yes, it will be nice to follow up a very good game that we had in the first game by a second game here between the Providence Catholic Celtics and the Hillcrest High Hawks. As we mentioned earlier, Hillcrest picked to win their division this year by the Chicago Sun-Times. Providence playing as an independent team. They have a very young team this year.
Exactly. I have a quote from Coach Dick Mandel. He says, "We are very, very young. You simply have to be patient until the kids are ready," and that's exactly right. And I think that's the focus we're going to see from Providence is they're not going to go out necessarily looking to drive home and win this tournament. They want to compete, but they definitely want to see what their youngsters can do and how competitive they can be later for this year.
They do want their youngsters to step up. They want them to know how it is to play high school basketball later on when they get into crunch time and the playoff times. And with them being an independent, they will see a lot of tough basketball teams this year. We'll take a quick time out. We'll be back with more action on the WCSF Radio TV Network.
This broadcast is being underwritten by Glenwood Marathon, an American company serving you. A super service center at Glenwood and Republic in Joliet. Call 744-1651. Ace Hardware Lawn and Vacuum. Sales, parts, service on most brands. 316 Republic in Joliet. Phone 744-4000. And by David Nelson Exquisite Jewelry. 1312 West Jefferson Street, Joliet. Phone 741-8741. Best Dance Academy. Ballet, tap, jazz, acrobatics. 1934 Essington in Joliet. Phone 439-9070. And by George K's Music, your one-stop family music store. 822 Plainfield Road, Joliet. 727-4656. And by Don's Body Shop. They take the dents out of accidents. 1927 Donmar Drive in Crest Hill. Phone 729-1400. Imperial Electronics. Satellite receiving system, master antenna system, home and commercial. 1312 West Jefferson, Joliet. Phone 729-0161. And by Douglas L. Zeke, attorney at law. Mode Feeder Building in Joliet. 16 West Van Buren Street. Phone 727-4850. The Tezak Funeral Home. First in service since 1908. 459 North Ottawa Street in Joliet. Call 722-0524. And by Spezia, Ayers, Ardaugh, and Wunderlich, attorneys at law. Located at 2 Rialto Square, Suite 200, 116 North Chicago Street, Joliet. Call 726-4311. And by Codo Pharmacy, 1522 East Washington, Joliet. Call 727-4721. And Joliet Professional Pharmacy, 2100 Glenwood Avenue in Joliet. Call 725-9314. Chicago Title, the Will County office at 103 North Ottawa Street in Joliet. 726-5331. Friday Kitchen at KFC. Catfish, perch, cod, shrimp, chicken, and more. 2720 West Jefferson, Joliet. Phone 725-0746. And now back to the action with the WCSF Radio TV Network Thanksgiving Basketball Classic.
Welcome back to the College of St. Francis Recreation Center along with Jeff Julian. I'm Nick Weiss. Just reminding you that this game is being broadcast simulcast in stereo on 88.7 Superstation CSF. Just about ready for the opening tip-off here tonight between the Providence Catholic Celtics and the Hillcrest High Hawks. We'll take a look now at the keys of the game. First, for Providence, they're going to have to work their perimeter game. When they get inside, they're going to face a lot of tall men in Hillcrest, and they're going to have to take some outside shots. They're going to have to minimize turnovers. We saw that in the first game. Both teams committed a lot of turnovers, and that cost them later on in the game. And Providence is going, like Joliet Catholic, is going to have to keep the game at their own pace and hold Hillcrest, hold them down and not have them work their fast break offense all night long.
As we said before, both teams going in a decidedly different direction. For Hillcrest, much different things. They're going to need to control the boards, have to be tough on the inside game, control the tempo as well. If they want to go fast, then they should go fast. If they want to go slow, because they have the experience versus this Providence Catholic team, and they're going to have to shut down these good shooters that Providence has. They're going to have to play tough defense.
We're about 6 minutes away until the start of this ball game between Hillcrest and Providence. In last year's game, Hillcrest beat Providence in the second game of the tournament, a repeat of last tournament's opening night, in that Providence squared off against Hillcrest and Joliet Catholic faced off against Joliet Township. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back with more action on the WCSF Radio TV network.
The Journalism Communications Department of the College of St. Francis offers 4 exciting areas of concentration. For more information on our programs, call the College of St. Francis at 740-3400. That's 740-3400.
Welcome back to the College of St. Francis Recreation Center. Let's join Lorna Whitfield on the sidelines. Lorna?
Hi, this is Lorna Whitfield, and we are just getting ready for the second half of our doubleheader tonight on the first day of the WCSF Television Radio Thanksgiving Tournament. We're going to be seeing Hillcrest and Providence in just about 5 minutes, and so we can see that the fans are out and they are ready for this game to begin. Back to you, Jeff and Nick.
As I mentioned earlier, Providence and Hillcrest squared off in the second game of the tournament last year. Hillcrest winning that game 65-47. We mentioned it earlier. What a first game we've had here tonight. 62-55 in favor of the underdog Joliet Catholic Hilltoppers.
Exactly, Nick. Not to take away anything from this next game, but, I mean, what can you say about that first game? It was exciting. It had all the elements of great Thanksgiving basketball. It had a close score, an underdog pulling off a huge upset, and great senior play from your basketball team.
As a key note is it's the first time Joliet Township has been knocked off in this tournament. They've been undefeated. They've gone 6-0 the last 2 years, looking to jump out to an early 1-0 lead here in this year's tournament in hopes of repeating this year. But Joliet Catholic hung in the game all game long, really stuck it to them, played tough defense, played tough offense, really crashed the boards. We got the final game statistics. Joliet Catholic actually out-rebounded Joliet Township.
And that's something that surprised us a lot, simply because Township has so much height. And the tallest player for Joliet Catholic is 6'8", and then it drops right down to 6'4", and then they go very low on height. So a great effort by John O'Brien and some of the other seniors on the inside game, picking up some of the slack that a surprising Doug Dargusis was not as much of a factor as we thought he would be.
No, he wasn't. Early on in the game, he did not perform up to his level. We looked for him to be much more competitive in the boards. In the second quarter, though, he did step it up early on, and that's all we saw from Doug Dargusis the rest of the game. He really didn't have anything going for him the rest of the game, but, you know, he did get into foul trouble later on. That's what we talked about earlier, but Joliet Catholic was able to fix that, and they were still able to stick it right to Joliet Township.
Yeah, they capitalized on missed opportunities by the Joliet Township team. Another interesting note is we talked before at the beginning of the outset of this game that this was a great opportunity for all the teams to see the defending champion Joliet Township team with their new look, minus Gary Bell, minus Michael Mines and Rory O'Connell, guys that have defined that team for the past several years. Now we get to see this new team, and everybody's got to look at what they're going to run, offense, defense, and they've seen that they are not undefeatable, that they are indestructible.
Yes, that is very true. A great point to bring up, Jeff. It shows that the giant was knocked down, that Joliet Township is not indestructible, is not in some kind of indestructible machine, and that any team can knock the Steelmen off. We're just about set to go. We'll be back with more action, the opening tip-off on the WCSF Radio TV network.
This broadcast is being underwritten by the John Manor Insurance Agency. For all of your insurance needs, be a part of the winning team. 220 North Larkin Avenue, Joliet. Call 815-729-4650. NBD Bank, 2500 West Jefferson Street, Joliet. Phone 815-729-5000. Lens Mufflers, Brakes and Shocks, full-service auto repairs. 2419 Plainfield Road, Joliet. Call 439-2400. And by Phil Jacobs Chevy Geo Mazda Mitsubishi. Proudly serving Will County's transportation needs since 1955. 2001 West Jefferson, Joliet. Phone 725-7110. J&F Sports Specialties. T-shirts, uniforms, sweats, accessories. 1399 Plainfield Road, Joliet. Phone 815-741-8801. And by Pizzas by Marshaloni, 1603 North Rainer in Crest Hill. Phone 722-1616. Stopin, Agazy and Company Incorporated. Call and compare stocks, bonds, mutual funds, annuities, and options. 2301 Glenwood Avenue, Joliet. Phone 729-1266. And by Joliet Lithoprint Company Incorporated. Service Printers. 423 North Chicago Street, Joliet. 727-4951. And by Newsom Rehabilitation and Sports Medicine Centers, 401 Madison Street in Joliet. Call 815-744-4660. And now back to the action with the WCSF Radio TV Network Thanksgiving Basketball Classic.
Our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we fought were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red crest, the thunderbird singing air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 1995 WCSF Radio TV Network Thanksgiving Basketball Classic. At this time, we wish to thank everyone for joining us here at the College of St. Francis Recreation Center for tonight's exciting matchup. Tonight, the Hillcrest High School Hawks face the Providence Catholic High School Celtics. This competitive boys basketball tournament provides the opportunity for local teams to compete on a neutral court in a collegiate setting. We would like all in attendance to remember that athletics are designed to promote lifetime values. Sportsmanship is one such value that makes these contests an educational experience. Remember, sport a winning attitude. Media coverage of this event is provided by students from the College of St. Francis Journalism Communications Department. And now for tonight's starting lineup. First, for the Providence Catholic High School Celtics, a 6'3" senior, number 25, Derek Bells. A 6'4" senior, number 32, Eric Austin. A 6-foot senior, number 14, Ken Davis. A 6-foot senior, number 21, Brandon Lipke. A 6'6" sophomore, number 33, Tavares Hardy. And now for the Hillcrest High School Hawks. A 5'9" junior, number 20, Gennaro Hemphill. A 6'2" senior, number 24, Greg Simmons. A 6-foot senior, number 44, Walter Leisure. A 6'3" junior, number 50, Ryan Jones. And a 6'3" senior, number 54, Emmett Smith. The officials for tonight's game are Jim Sellers and Tom Novotny. The officials are registered by the Illinois High School Association. Their experience and integrity qualify them to administer the rules of the game. On behalf of the College of St. Francis, we sincerely hope you will enjoy tonight's game and support your team with a positive and winning attitude. Again, we would like to thank everyone for joining us here tonight. Let's play ball.
Alrighty, there you have the starting lineup. First for the Hillcrest Hawks, Hemphill, Simmons, Leisure, Jones, and Smith. For Providence, Bills, Austin, Davis, Lipke, and Hardy.
A very interesting note, Nick. Providence is only bringing back 5 seniors this year. We talked about their lack of experience. They're starting 4 of them.
Jump ball at center court, controlled, knocked around. Now it's loose ball on the floor, controlled by the Hawks. Quickly here they come down the floor. This is 24 Simmons. Simmons baseline jumper, no good. Knocked around, brought down by Hardy. The Celtics bring the ball up. This is Ken Davis now. Back up top, he gets it. Right side for Austin, back up top. Try to get left side, knocked out. Hardy retrieves it back up to Davis. Davis now. Try to pass to the right side to Lipke, but it goes out of bounds. Last touch by the Hawks.
It'll be interesting to see how physical this game is as compared to the first game of our tournament.
Bills, a key player for the Providence Celtics this year. A blocking foul called against the Hawks. Their first of the evening. It's called against number 20, Hemphill. In the early moments of the second game, no score. Lack of communication now in the Celtics as Davis tried to pass it to the left side to Bills, but Bills was not looking his way. The ball goes out of bounds. First turnover.
Davis is one of those seniors that Providence hopes will bring some experience for these younger guys. He needs to make some key passes in this game.
Hemphill tried to pass to the right side, saved by Lipke. He tried to save, but he throws it into the Hawks. Instead, they put up a three-pointer, and it's good. On the shot, Ryan Jones for 3. Davis now for Bills. Bills bounce pass back to Davis. He's trying to work right side. This is Bills from 3. No good, brought down by the Hawks. Leisure. On the right side, he'll take it himself, cuts through the lane, puts up the errant shot, but no good. We're going to have a charging foul called against Leisure.
Number 21, Brandon Lipke, sets himself down low in the paint, and he gets himself a charging foul on Walter Leisure driving into the lane. So that's 2 on Leisure now, and he's a key player for the Hillcrest Fighting Hawks. Concerned about that.
Brian Giddings checks in to replace Leisure. Leisure 2 quick fouls here in just a minute and 20 seconds. Davis. Try to go right side, pushing foul called against the Hawks. So very quickly here in the early going, the Hawks have 3 team fouls.
Number 20 playing hard defense, Hemphill picks himself up a foul, and as you said, Nick, that's 3 early fouls on the Fighting Hawks.
Lipke takes the pass, penetrates lane, puts up the shot. It's good for the first 2 points for the Celtics.
Brandon Lipke, he's a senior, 165, 6 foot. Expect big things for him in this game for the Celtics.
3-2 is our score. 6:14 left to go in the first quarter. Hillcrest up top. Hemphill now drives right side, passes it down over number 24, that's Greg Simmons. Simmons gets the ball back for 3, and it's good.
The Hawks with an explosive outside game early. All their points have come from 3.
Ken Davis. Right side for Lipke. Inside, this is Mills. Goes down low. Try to get to Hardy. Broken up by Hillcrest. Here they come. We have a whistle, and we're going to have a traveling called against Hillcrest as they try to start the fast break. Just a little too many steps called by the referee.
That was the big man, number 54 for Hillcrest, Emmett Smith. He is 230 pounds. One big boy to be running an offense, Nick.
This is Bills. Bounce pass to Davis. Davis loses it, kicked around on the floor, pulled in by Hillcrest. They start their offense once again. Simmons
brings the ball up the floor for the Hawks. Right side to Jones. Jones puts up a three. 3 for 3 from three-point land for the Hawks.
They have an explosive outside offense. We're seeing nothing from the inside, but they don't need to. All of their points coming from the outside.
9-2 is the score. 5:09 left to go in the first quarter. Hawks jumping out to a quick 7-point lead. Providence ball underneath. Davis. It's the Bills. Bills for three is no good. Brought down, knocked around, finally controlled by the Hawks. Quickly, here they come the other way. Baseline jumper, no good. Knocked around. It's going to go, no, he saved it. The Hawks were able to keep it inbounds. Nice play. Number 50, Ryan Jones. Jones puts up a three. No good. Brought down by the Celtics.
That's the first one he's missed tonight. 2 for 3, I think, from the three.
Davis. Davis for three. And it's good. 9-5, 4.5 left to go in the first.
Nick, this game mirrors the other in the fact that just like Joliet Township is a much more rated team than Joliet Catholic is, it's the same thing here for the Hawks and the Celtics. Expect the Celtics to bring their game up to the same level as Hillcrest.
Hemphill for three, no good. Brought down, controlled by Jones. Back out top for Hemphill, back right to Jones. Jones, one dribble jumper, no good. Ball knocked around, fun for Lipke, tries to hold on to it. Ball on the floor, we have a fight for the ball. Jump ball called by the referee. Celtic basketball.
I like what I see as far as the Celtics' intensity. A lot of green shirts on the floor that time.
Celtics definitely are trying to be aggressive here in the early going.
See their aggressive ball play by the Celtics, getting down on the floor, trying to secure those rebounds.
Discussion now on the referees. As number 34 for the Hawks, Jabbar Nelson comes in.
Nick, Hillcrest has yet to show anything on the inside, but I'm very impressed with their outside game. They like to shoot from way out.
Davis. His Bills left side, cross-court pass to Lipke. Lipke just inside the three-point arc, no good. Tipped around and knocked out of bounds. Will be Providence basketball, last touched by the Hillcrest Hawks. This is Bill for the Celtics to inbound the basketball. 3:46 left to go in the first. 9-5 in favor of the Hawks. Bills for three, no good. Rebound again on the floor. Knocked around, controlled by Hillcrest. Jones. This is Simmons. Simmons loses control, and he will be called for a travel violation as he tried to go inside the lane.
As you see, though, Hillcrest, a great transition game. They have good passing. They got good eyes. They're seeing up ahead of the court, getting the ball up to the man running the floor.
Richard Howard checks in for Emmett Smith for the Hawks. 3.5 left to go. 9-5 is their score in favor of the Hawks. Bills for Davis. Right side, Hardy. Has the ball tipped away. Finally gains control. Tough defense put on by the Hawks. That's Greg Simmons with a tight D. Their fourth team foul. Providence has not registered a team foul as yet.
Exactly. Hillcrest showing definitely a little more defensive intensity. As you see, number 24 get all over the Celtic player.
Lipke loses the ball. Hillcrest controls it. All the way to the basket is Hemphill, and a hard foul with Brandon Lipke. Basket is good. Hemphill will go to the line for the three-point play.
Hemphill, a 5'9" junior, walking off that big foul there. Some great action inside, driving the lane, getting the points.
Hemphill with a chance to increase the lead to 7, excuse me. 11-5 is the score right now. 3:13 left to go in the first. Basket is good. 12-5 now in favor of the Hawks. This is Davis. With the ball back up top once again. Pass to Hardy on the right side. Huffy again put on by Hillcrest. This is Davis. Davis tries to go down low, number 32. That's Austin. But the ball trickles out of bounds. A substitution now for the Celtics. Number 23 checks in.
Hillcrest playing a tight 2-3 zone down there for some turnovers.
Should be 32 comes back in. Hempel with the ball up top. So Howard back to Hempel. Hempel now gets it inside the left side, back up top. Hempel again, the key man for the working the triangle offense. Three-pointer put up by the Hawks, no good. Brought down by the Celtics. 2:20 left to go in the game. 12-5 is the score. Bills puts in the open jumper for two.
Hillcrest showing a little bit of a trap that time on defense. Celtics break it easily, and Derek Bills, key senior, scores two.
Hempel back up top to Howard. Howard back to Hempel on the right side. Simmons. Howard back to Hempel, back to Howard. Hawks really working the passing game now, trying to get the open shot. This Simmons slashing through the lane for two.
What a great way to work your offense. And as you said, Simmons, heads up play right through, dribbles by two Celtic defenders and scores some points.
1:30 left to go in the first, 14-7 in favor of the Hawks. Bills goes for a jumper, no good. Trying for the tip, brought down by the Hawks. Quickly, here they come, Howard. This is Hempel. Hempel goes in for the layup, no good. Brought down by the Celtics. There's quickly the other way. Bills loses it. This is Howard now. Howard quick up the floor. Simmons. Simmons, 6-foot jumper, no good. Tipped around, a foul on the rebound. Let's get the call from the referee.
Celtics are really crashing the boards down low.
The foul is on number 20, Hempel. That's his second. Team's fifth.
And see once again, two key players for Hillcrest in foul trouble already. Hempel that time on the slap.
Ten to 7 is our score. 1:06 left to go in the game. In the first quarter, excuse me. Both teams coming out, playing tough on the boards, tough down low in the paint.
Providence showing a lot of guts so far this game, staying within 7. And we can clearly see that the Hawks have a better grasp on their offense and defensive skills right now.
Providence basketball underneath as a new player checks in for Providence, number 12. That's Greg Smith for the Celtics. Smith, Bills, Lipke. There's Lipke on the right side, quickly inside to Johnson. Johnson goes up for the basket, but it's no good. Hard foul now committed by the Hawks. Johnson goes to the line for two.
That foul will be on Jabbar Nelson. And even though that was a foul, that was a great defensive play. They had him beat, and he got back. No easy baskets for anybody down low tonight for the Celtics. And a great block by Jabbar Nelson. That is a foul, though, but as I said before, no easy baskets for the Celtics tonight. They're going to have to work for every point they get down low.
This is Johnson at the line for two. First shot is up off the back iron, no good. 54 seconds left. 14-7 is the score in the first quarter.
Brendan Johnson, he exemplifies the youth of this Providence team. He's a freshman, 6'3" for the Celtics.
The second shot, however, is good. 14-8 is the score. 50 seconds now to go in the first quarter. Jones on the left side. Inside, knocked around, controlled by the Hawks. Howard. Right side for Simmons. Simmons thought about the jumper, decided otherwise. Howard Back up top to Kyle Wilson. This is Jones for three, no good. Brought down by the Celtics. 20 seconds left to go in the first quarter. The Celtics will play for the last shot. This is Lipke. Smith looking, finds Lipke. Lipke fakes the three. Third step jumper from the free throw line, no good. That's the end of the first quarter of play. 14-8 is our score between the Hillcrest High Hawks and the Providence Catholic Celtics.
Nick, this quarter we got to see some of Providence's youth as we saw Greg Smith running the point and Brandon Johnson, a freshman, coming out there making some plays. So that's got to make Coach Dick Mandela happy because he's definitely concerned about that youth factor in this game.
Don't forget, this game is being broadcast live in simulcast on 88.7 WCSF FM. Don't forget, 4 more games in the tournament. On Friday, Joliet Township squares off against Hillcrest at 5:30. Providence versus Joliet Catholic at 8:30. Hillcrest versus JCA on Saturday at 5:30. And then Joliet Township versus Providence at 8:30.
Lots of exciting action coming up in and throughout this tournament. We've already seen a great first game tonight. We're starting to see a good one already here. Second quarter action.
The Hawks to start out the second quarter of play. 14-8 is the score. Richard Howard for the Hawks gives it off to Kyle Wilson. Wilson now to Jones. Bounce passes up top to Simmons. Simmons looking. Left side to Wilson. Wilson trying to go down low to Jones. This is Simmons for the three. The jumper is good.
More outside shooting for the Hillcrest Hawks. That's been their strong point tonight.
17-8 Bills with the open jumper off the glass. No good. Brought down. Lipke tries to control the ball, but last touched. Referees say last touch by the Hawks. Providence basketball. Smith thought about the three. Instead, gives it up to Bills. Bills puts up the three. No good. Controlled by the Celtics. The ball tipped around, and we're going to have a foul called against the Celtics. That's their second team foul. As 2 players come back in for the Celtics. Number 33, Hardy. Number 14, Davis.
Celtics and Hawks banging bodies down low in there, trying to secure rebounds. Because rebounds are the keys to many basketball games, Nick.
Howard to bring the ball up for the Hawks. This is Wilson. Wilson now to Simmons. Simmons on the left side. Bounce pass to Howard. Jones from down low, baseline jumper, no good. Controlled by the Celtics. Davis brings the ball across the floor. This is Bills left side. Bills will be called for the travel violation.
As we said before, Nick, Providence has to set themselves up offensively. They aren't really ready to run the ball yet, I don't think. And as you see, once again, Ken Davis trying to go fast. Number 25 not set, and he gets traveling.
Wilson to Jones on the right side. Back up top for Simmons. Simmons for three. No good. Rebound controlled by the Celtics. Hardy brings down the defensive board. Davis for Bills. Bills left side three-pointer. No good. Air ball controlled by Jones. Simmons up the floor to Howard. Howard for three. Good.
Excellent play there. Simmons slowed it up, let his man get into position. And there you go. More three-pointers from these guys. They like to rain them from outside the arc.
20-8 is our score. 6:15 left to go in the first half. Boy, oh boy, you know, Hillcrest has been draining the threes early on this goal, in the going of this game. Let's go now to Lorna Whitfield on the sidelines.
Going into the second quarter, the coach for the Hillcrest Hawks Tom Capel wants his team to know that they really are going to have to stop relying on that three-point shot to win this game. They're going to have to change up their offense and put in a little variety. And I tell you, over on the sidelines, it's kind of like the battle of the coaches, and a lot may be determined tonight by which coach can yell the loudest. Back to you, Nick and Jeff.
Lorna's absolutely right, Nick. We've seen a lot of three-pointers from the Hillcrest team, but we're yet to see them build an inside game, and we know from experience that you can rely only so much on one part of your game. Then the other team adjusts their defense, and then you have to go to the inside.
Just looking right now, unofficially, mind you, Hillcrest has at least 5 three-pointers going on in this game. Celtics start things off again in the second quarter of play. Bills. Polipke. Down low to Hardy. Hardy puts up the good shot. No good. Brought down again. He gets his own rebound. Puts it back up for 2. Good job by Hardy to keep his composure and grab his own rebound.
Tavares Hardy, a 6'6" sophomore. More evidence of the youth of this Providence Catholic team.
Jones. Left side back up top for Hempel. Jones with the 3, no good. Last touched by Hillcrest. Celtics basketball. So there you see again another three-pointer taken by the Hillcrest offense.
Hillcrest up comfortably right now at 10 points, so those three-pointers aren't as big of a deal right now, but if this game gets close, if indeed Providence Catholic does make a run here, those missed three-pointers could affect this game tremendously.
Emmett Smith checks in the ballgame for the Hawks. This is Davis for the Celtics. Driving, free throw lane, no good. Puts up the air and shot, brought down by the Hawks. Quickly across the floor. Simmons. Simmons will take it all the way, kisses it off the glass, no good. Brought down, controlled by the Hawks. Hempel with basketball. Howard for 3, no good. Brought down by the Hawks again. Another offensive rebound for the Hawks. Walter Leisure in there getting offensive rebounds, putting them back up for points.
Last time down the floor, Ken Davis ran smack dab into big old 230-pound Emmett Smith, a brick wall, you might add.
This is Bills for 2, just inside the three-point arc. 22-12, 4:40 left to go in the first half. Howard. Left side now for Simmons. Simmons back up top to Hempel. Back to Simmons. Simmons, fake shot. Instead driving. Blocked, rejected by Hardy and the Celtics. And they get the loose ball.
Up until that last play, Nick, what was really surprising me was how much room the Celtics defenders were giving these Hillcrest guards. They've been scoring three-pointers all night, and they've been giving them room.
Bills for 3 for the Celtics. Cutting the lead to 7, 22-15. With that basket, the Hawks will take a timeout. 4:12 left to go in the first half of play. In the second game of the 1995 WCSF Radio TV Network Thanksgiving Basketball Classic.
If the Celtics can catch a big defensive stop here next up, they can get right back into this ball game.
They do indeed need to step up their defensive play right now to climb back into this ball game. Down by 7 points right now. They still obviously have a chance to get back in this game. Plenty of time left to go here, even in the second quarter. You're listening to the WCSF Radio TV Network Thanksgiving Basketball Classic in simulcast live on the Superstation 88.7 WCSF Joliet.
Nick, I think another thing that might affect the game later on down the road, as we look up at the scoreboard, we see a lot of bright dots on the Hillcrest side as far as fouls, but only 2 for the Providence Celtics. We might see some of these key three-point shooting guards for Hillcrest sitting the bench late in this ball game.
The Hawks do in fact have 6 fouls. The next foul committed by the Hawks will put the Celtics in the bonus. As we're just about set to resume play. It will be the Celtics down low to restart. Or excuse me, the Hawks. This is Hempel. Checking in Walter Leisure, back to Hempel.
Celtics are playing a 1-3-1 zone defense.
Leisure Goes right side now to Simmons. Simmons being guarded by Lipke. Simmons starts the dribble, back up top to Leisure. Leisure bounce pass to Simmons. Simmons to reset. Takes it all the way back up top to reset the offense. Leisure, left side, fake the pass inside, driving to the basket. His shot's no good, controlled by Lipke.
Leisure's the only one we've seen so far for Hillcrest that's really challenged the inside game of the Celtics.
Davis in the paint, jumper no good. Controlled by the Celtics. Davis now to Hardy. Hardy puts it up off the glass, no good. But he was fouled. He'll go to the line.
Tavares Hardy going strong to the basket. Would put himself on the line. Now, Nick, as we talked before, missed opportunities were big in the Township loss before, and free throws were one of those missed opportunities, and this could be a factor in this game as well.
Hardy at the line for two. His first shot is no good.
Especially when you're down by 7 points. Free throws, every chance you get becomes that much more crucial to winning the ball game.
Second shot is up, and it's off the front of the rim. Defensive rebound for the Hawks. Jones. Up top, Simmons. Hempel. Back up top, now to Simmons, back to Hempel. Working a triangle offense to a T. Still working the right side. Jones fakes the three, back up top. Simmons now on the left side. 2:45 left to go in the quarter. Three-pointer by Jones. Jones takes almost a set shot. Rifles the ball to the hoop, no good. 22-15 in favor of the Hawks. Lipke to Davis. Now to Bills. Bills for three. It's no good. Brought down by Jones. Jones pulls down the rebound. Hempel quickly the other way for the Hawks. This is Leisure. Leisure left side. Layup is good. 24-15 is the score.
Leisure continues to challenge those Celtic inside defenders, and he's having success at it. He's the only player to do that so far for the Hawks.
Hempel with the steal. Hempel goes all the way for the easy layup for two.
Hempel, one of those players the Hawks are counting on to come up big in tonight's game.
26-15 is the score in favor of the Hawks. Lipke tries to get it inside, but it's broken up by the Hawks. Here they come. They have the numbers again. Hempel. Jumper from the baseline, or from the free throw lane is good. That increases the lead to 13 points, 28-15.
There you see the Hawks can do it fast and they can do it slow. Hempel slowing it down, taking a nice, easy 15-foot jumper.
28-15 is the score. 1:34 left to go in the first half in favor of the Hillcrest Hawks.
Hillcrest Hawks seeming to have no trouble with that 1-3-1 defense put on by Providence, and they're just starting to attack the inside game. They've had a fantastic outside game going so far, and I'm frankly surprised that they haven't tried to drive into the basket more, with the youth being, it seems that it's, for Providence, it's down low with guys like Tavares Hardy as their sophomore inside players.
Don't forget the games that were broadcast tonight will be rebroadcast on WCTV Channel 15. Tomorrow, Thanksgiving Day, Joliet Catholic versus Joliet Township at 10 a.m. If you did not see that game tonight or caught the end of it, make sure you catch that game tomorrow morning, because it was one heck of a ball game. And then this game will be rebroadcast at high noon tomorrow, Hillcrest versus Providence.
That first game could make your Thanksgiving, huh, Nick?
Indeed it could. What an opening ball game. And a good game we have here in the second game of the Basketball Classic. Providence to restart the quarter.
Once again, we see sophomore guard Greg Smith bringing up the point for the Celtics. Youth is king on this Celtics team.
Lipke. The Bills. Bills drives the lane. He puts up the jumper, and it's good. Quickly the other way for the Hawks. Simmons fakes the three. Back up top. Now back to Simmons. This is Jones. Baseline jumper is good.
We've seen great shooting tonight from Ryan Jones. He's a junior for Hillcrest High School. He's an excellent outside shooter.
Lipke to answer, no good. Controlled by the Hawks. 47 seconds, 30-17 in favor of the Hawks. Simmons drives the baseline, steps his foot out of bounds. Celtic basketball. Bills to inbound the ball to Smith.
Seeing the first action from LaShawn Nichols, a 5'7" senior for Hillcrest High School.
This is Smith. Now for Bills. 30 seconds left to go in the half. Hardy. Right side for Johnson. Back up top to Bills. Bills in double team. Gets it now to Smith. Smith and Hardy fight for the ball. Their own players, but they regain control. Lipke inside the arc. Bounce pass to Johnson. Johnson takes the shot. Pulls up. Air ball. No good. Loose ball brought down by the Celtics. They missed the first, but Bills puts it back up for two. 30-19 is the score.
Bill's great concentration, getting his own rebound, putting the ball back in.
The second shot is good by the Hawks.
We talked about Ryan Jones outside shooting. Now there's an outside shot right behind the half-court line. 3 points, and I think that sums up the game, Nick, so far.
I think that does too. 33-19 is the score. Hillcrest, we talked about them going inside. They proved us wrong. They have had an outstanding perimeter game, hitting almost every single three-pointer they have taken.
You're right, Nick. They've proved us completely wrong. Apparently, they don't need an inside game, especially with outside shooting like that from Ryan Jones.
We'll be back with more halftime action on the WCSF Radio TV network.
This broadcast is being underwritten by the John Manor Insurance Agency. For all of your insurance needs, be a part of the winning team. 220 North Larkin Avenue, Joliet. Call 815-729-4650. NBD Bank, 2500 West Jefferson Street, Joliet. Phone 815-729-5000. Lens Mufflers, Brakes and Shocks, full-service auto repairs. 2419 Plainfield Road, Joliet. Call 439-2400. And by Bill Jacobs Chevy, Geo, Mazda, Mitsubishi. Proudly serving Will County's transportation needs since 1955. 2001 West Jefferson, Joliet. Phone 725-7110. J&F Sports Specialties. T-shirts, uniforms, sweats, accessories. 1399 Plainfield Road, Joliet. Phone 815-741-8801. And by Pizzas by Marshaloni, 1603 North Rainer in Crest Hill. Phone 722-1616. Stofan Agazy and Company Incorporated. Call and compare stocks, bonds, mutual funds, annuities, and options. 2301 Glenwood Avenue, Joliet. Phone 729-1266. And by Joliet Lithoprint Company Incorporated. Service Printers. 423 North Chicago Street, Joliet. 727-4951. And by Newsom Rehabilitation and Sports Medicine Centers. 401 Madison Street in Joliet. Call 815-744-4660. And now back to the action with the WCSF Radio TV Network Thanksgiving Basketball Classic.
Welcome back to the College of St. Francis Recreation Center in Joliet, Illinois for Game 2 of the 1995 WCSF Radio TV Network Thanksgiving Basketball Classic. Along with Jeff Julian, I'm Nick Weiss. Glad to have you with us for tonight's ball game between the Providence Catholic Celtics and the Hillcrest High School Hawks. 33-19 is our score, and Jeff, talking about Providence and what they need to do in this game. Right now, you mentioned it, they're playing very conservative defense, and we talked about Joliet Catholic earlier saying they had nothing to lose, and right now Providence has nothing to lose either.
Exactly. I mean, you're down by a score of 33-19 right now. It's obviously we've talked about the youth and the absence of the football players, but as we said, if these guys are going to get any experience, they're going to have to come after these Hillcrest guards. They're leaving them wide open out of the three-point, and it's been proven now tonight they can make those points.
And they need to get a little bit more aggressive too, as getting inside. They've been playing a lot of zone defense tonight, being kind of conservative in that zone defense, and I think what they need to have to do is play real hard and stick man-to-man defense from now on. We'll be back with more action on the WCSF Radio TV Network.
This broadcast is being underwritten by the John Manor Insurance Agency. For all of your insurance needs, be a part of the winning team. 220 North Larkin Avenue, Joliet. Call 815-729-4650. NBD Bank, 2500 West Jefferson Street, Joliet. Phone 815-729-5000. Lens Mufflers, Brakes and Shocks, full-service auto repairs. 2419 Plainfield Road, Joliet. Call 439-2400. And by Phil Jacobs Chevy Geo Mazda Mitsubishi. Proudly serving Will County's transportation needs since 1955. 2001 West Jefferson, Joliet. Phone 725-7110. J&F Sports Specialties. T-shirts, uniforms, sweats, accessories. 1399 Plainfield Road, Joliet. Phone 815-741-8801. And by Pizzas by Marshaloni, 1603 North Rainer in Crest Hill. Phone 722-1616. Stofan Agazy and Company Incorporated. Call and compare stocks, bonds, mutual funds, annuities, and options. 2301 Glenwood Avenue, Joliet. Phone 729-1266. And by Joliet Lithoprint Company Incorporated. Service Printers. 423 North Chicago Street, Joliet. 727-4951. And by Newsom Rehabilitation and Sports Medicine Centers. 401 Madison Street in Joliet. Call 815-744-4660. And now back to the action with the WCSF Radio TV Network Thanksgiving Basketball Classic.
Welcome back to the College of St. Francis Recreation Center. Along with Jeff Julian, I'm Nick Weiss. Glad to have you with us. Jeff, talking during the break right there, talking about how the lack of the football players, not being here. And you know what? You look around the stadium, and there's not as big a crowd as there was for the Joliet Catholic Joliet Township team.
Exactly, and I think that definitely says something about the teams, but it also has an effect on them too. When you have a good cheering crowd behind you, that really helps you. That really brings up your intensity level, and it gives you a nice feeling of home.
The student crowd can really be the sixth man for any basketball team. We saw it in the first game that the fans for Joliet Catholic got behind their team, and they feel them a victory. And Joliet Township, they came in here trying to razz Joliet Catholic. They came dressed as priests and angels, and they tried to do everything they could to get on Joliet Catholic, and we just don't see it here in this ball game. We're going to take another break. We'll be back with more action right after this on the WCSF Radio TV Network.
The Journalism Communications Department of the College of St. Francis offers 4 exciting areas of concentration. For more information on our programs, call the College of St. Francis at 740-3400. That's 740-3400.
Welcome back to the College of St. Francis Recreation Center in Joliet, Illinois. Along with Jeff Julian, I am Nick Weiss. We will be your hosts for the WCSF Radio TV Network Thanksgiving Basketball Classic, talking again about Providence and their lack of aggressiveness on the defensive side of the basketball.
Nick, as we look up at the scoreboard, and we talked about this before, a lot of fouls on the Hillcrest side and only 2 on the Providence Celtics team. And we both said that I think it'd be nice to see some more fouls as far as the Providence Celtics, because that means they would be getting aggressive and challenging those Hillcrest guards on the outside.
Right now, we're going to go to Lorna Whitfield. Oh, maybe not. Yes, we are going to Lorna Whitfield on the sideline.
Hi, this is Lorna Whitfield, and I was just listening in on Hillcrest coach as he gave his players a few pointers. At this point, he still wants them to remember that they need to use more than just that three-point shot, and they need to put some variety in their offense. And even though they have a substantial lead, he still wants them to use the basics. He wants to win this game using basic shots, basic layups, and not be so showy on their offense. And he also wants them to rebound more and make sure that the other team has to play defense when they get back down on the court. Back to you, Jeff and Nick.
Thank you, Lorna. You know, we want to mention not only do Jeff and I partake in this tournament, but also there you see behind the scenes, Ed Przicki, our director, Carol Frieders, and Barb Schultz.
You see them try and look busy.
Yeah, they're trying to look busy back there, but they're really not. We're doing all the work, Jeff. That's what it is.
That's just a figment of your imagination. Pay no attention to the 3 people behind the scenes.
We're about 6 minutes left to go until the start of the third quarter. 33-19 is the score in favor of the Hawks.
Nick, we talked before, if you read the Sun-Times, you would have seen that Hillcrest is predicted to win the SICA Central Conference, finishing 9-3 in that conference. And we have a quote on them from the TF North coach, Coach Fies. He says, as far as being the king of the hill, Hillcrest is the team, and perhaps they might be the king of the hill in this tournament.
If they might be, Jeff, you may bring up an interesting point. You know, Hillcrest is the team, in my mind, is the team to beat right now with Joliet Township down. They lost their game. And Joliet Catholic, I'm not taking anything away from them, but, you know, they can be a little bit, they've been known to be inconsistent over the years in playing big games back-to-back. So Hillcrest, who's always played well in this tournament, a 4-2 lifetime record in this tournament, looking for win number 5 tonight against Providence.
Exactly, and as we said before, they probably are coming into this with the idea of let's see some different teams, let's see some different offenses here, and just have a good time and maybe win this tournament. Because Joliet Catholic and Providence Catholic, they'll see each other again, and so will Township and the other teams. But Hillcrest, this isn't the area for them, but here they are, you know.
There's a chance Hillcrest does not play Joliet Catholic or Providence Catholic during the season. Joliet Catholic and Providence Catholic do square off as well. I believe this year they may play Joliet Township, but they don't play Hillcrest in the regular season. The only time these teams would meet would be in the state tournament, and that hasn't happened too often. Hillcrest and Joliet Township have squared off a lot in the playoffs, but not between Joliet Catholic or Providence Catholic.
Providence last year finished 19-10, and they advanced to the sectional tournament finals. They came on really strong at the end of the season. I don't know if we'll see them returning to the sectional tournament this year, but I like the intensity that these young players have shown as far as offense, not so much on defense, but Greg Smith bringing up the point. He's a sophomore. Tavares Hardy, a sophomore, playing well, and Brandon Smith as well. So the youth is not that bad for Providence right now, and they're going to get better.
We're going to take another break. We'll be back with the start of the third quarter on the WCSF Radio TV Network.
Education for Leadership, making a difference. For the College of St. Francis, Education for Leadership is more than just a slogan. It's a commitment to developing students. And that development is accomplished in several ways during a student's experience at St. Francis. First, intellectual development, communication, analytical and critical thinking skills, along with exposure to the liberal arts, are enhanced through our core curriculum. Second, skills development. Through one of our 25 undergraduate majors, you will gain in-depth knowledge, enthusiastic faculty, extensive access to technology, and small classes of usually 25 students or less will enable you to become an active learner. Third, understanding commitment and responsibility. Through a wide range of campus activities, you can enrich your abilities to organize, deal with diverse ideas, contribute and cooperate while seeing a project or activity to completion. enjoying the good times with friends, going to dances, cultural trips to Chicago, or cheering on the Fighting Saints athletic teams are all part of the St. Francis experience. Finally, values and a sense of morality. Our Catholic Franciscan tradition is more than our history. That sense of values and spirit of volunteerism is evident in the classroom, at social events, on the practice field, and in the people that you'll meet each day. Making a difference, that's what leadership is all about. And that solid academic preparation you'll receive will pay off with internship opportunities at one of the many corporations in the Chicagoland area. The 90% placement rate we have achieved confirms our commitment to helping our graduates enter the professional marketplace or graduate school. The College of St. Francis, educating men and women for leadership. For more information on graduate or undergraduate programs, you can call 1-800-735-7500 or write Office of Admissions, College of St. Francis, 500 North Wilcox Street, Joliet, Illinois, 60435.
Welcome back to the College of St. Francis Recreation Center. Along with Jeff Julian, I am Nick Weiss. Jeff, let's take a look at what's coming up for the Thanksgiving Classic.
Well, I think actually, Nick, it'd probably be a better idea to look at the stats since they're up on the screen. Leading scorers for the Hawks, Simmons with 6, Jones with 11. And as far as the Celtics are concerned, we have Derek Bills with 11 points and Davis with 3.
There's a look at the rebounds now. Celtics, Tate with 4 and Jones with 4.
Both teams banging the boards pretty well so far in this first half. And Nick, now as we were going to do before, we wanted to let you guys know what was coming up as far as the rest of this tournament. We will take Thanksgiving off, of course, and come back Friday, November 24th with a doubleheader once again, kicking off at 5:30, Joliet Township High School versus Hillcrest High School, and at 8:30, Providence Catholic High School versus Joliet Catholic Academy. And Saturday, once again, a doubleheader, 5:30, Hillcrest squaring off against Joliet Catholic Academy, and at 8:30, JT goes up against Providence Catholic.
The start of the second half as Davis controls it. This is Davis. Davis from the free throw line, brought down by the Hawks. This is Simmons. Simmons will bring it up the left side. Simmons to Jones. Jones loses it, brought down, controlled by Hardy. Hardy loses it. This is Smith. Smith now gives it to Simmons. Simmons, baseline jumper's good.
Simmons having a fantastic game tonight. He's a 6'2 senior and a big player for the Hawks. It'll be interesting to see what the mindset of these two teams are, especially after that big three-pointer before the half.
Shot put up by the Celtics, controlled by the Hawks. The other way, Simmons once again. Simmons in the paint, puts up the jumper, and it's good. Simmons, 2 quick points, give him 12 on the evening.
The Hawks are on the run, and Simmons is feeling the heat. He might be getting in the zone, Nick.
37-19, the entire Hawks team is getting into the zone now. The pass is broken up, out of bounds, tipped out of bounds. The Celtics try to save it. Eric Austin tries to save it, but he steps on the line.
Good play by number 50, Ryan Jones. He's hit a lot of outside shots, and you saw 2 key boards for him on these last 2 times down.
He's Hempel. Simmons nearly loses it, but regains control. He'll take it up top. Hempel setting up his offense to Jones. Jones thought about the 3, instead passes it off. This is Simmons. Simmons in the paint, loses the ball to the Celtics. This is Davis. Bounce pass, tried to go up the floor. It looked like Bills was tripped. A loose ball pulled down by the Hawks. This is Simmons. Simmons goes in for the reverse layup.
Bills loses his footing again. And there you see Simmons doing a little showtime. Reverse layup down low.
6:07 left to go in the third. 39-19 in favor of the Hillcrest Hawks.
The Hawks are picking up right where they left off before. Good defense and great offensive play.
Lean-in shot by Davis is no good. Offensive rebound brought down by Austin. He tries to go back up, but he's hammered as he goes. He will go to the line for 2.
Ken Davis, one of those key seniors for the Providence Celtics. He shot 68% last year from the free throw line.
Austin's first shot is up. Off the front of the rim, bounces around, and does not fall.
Excuse me, I read Davis's number, Nick. Actually, Austin shot 58% from the free throw line.
Austin. His second shot is good. Hawks quickly the other way. This is Simmons. Simmons baseline, tries to go inside. Calls for the offensive foul. Nice positioning by Eric Austin to draw the offensive foul.
So we see Austin doing it on the offense, and here on the defense, taking the charge from Simmons. Simmons picks up his first foul, second foul.
Simmons has to leave the ball game now. Looks like his left leg, maybe a pulled muscle. Yes, it looks like a pulled muscle in the thigh or knee area.
That's not good for Hillcrest. Simmons is the man that they're keying their offense off of right now.
Bills, one dribble, puts up the jumper, no good. Tipped around, controlled by the Hawks. This is Leisure. Dribble between his legs, fakes out Davis. Now to Hempel. Hempel back up top to Jones. Howard for three, no good. Brought down, controlled by Hardy and the Celtics.
As far as Hardy, sophomore, banging the boards for the Celtics.
Davis. Bills trying to tell Lipke to go inside. Lipke at the free throw line. This is Davis for three, and it's good.
That time you see the senior leadership of Derek Bills show through. He sets up the offense. He knows the way it needs to be run. Finds Ken Davis wide open for a three-pointer.
39-22 is the score. 4:55 left to go. Hempel, jumper, no good. The foul called against, looks like it's going to be against the Celtics. Yes, it is, against number 32, Eric Austin. Just the first team foul here in the second half. Hillcrest has two. The Hawks. Try to go to Howard, but it does not get it. Jones controls the ball, but we're going to have another foul on the floor committed by Davis, a pushing foul called by the referee.
Well, Nick, we're getting the fouls we wanted during the halftime break as the Celtics begin to bring up their defensive intensity and get on top of their man.
Lesher. Now to inbound the ball. He gets it into Hempel. Hempel baseline for Jones. Jones for three, and it's good. Another three-pointer by Jones.
That man can shoot, and as you pointed out before, he's raining them from outside.
Jones and Simmons with 14 points apiece for the Hawks. We're going to have a kick. For the Hawks is Leisure trying to stop the pass from going to the baseline.
Since that defense is the key for this Hillcrest team. There you see it there. They're tightening the clamps on the Celtics. They're pulling away. They got a 20-point lead now.
Number 23 checks in for the Celtics. Brandon Johnson. Bills for three, no good. Eric Austin puts up the shot, no good. Brought down by Jones. Here comes the Hawks. Hempel, nice spin move against Davis. Howard for three, no good. Air ball brought down by Leisure. Trying to put it up, has a shot rejected, but a whistle and a foul will be called against the Celtics. We'll see who it's 32, number 32, Eric Austin. That's his second foul.
Austin picks up his second foul as he tries to shut down this Hillcrest Hawks offense that is really beginning to click.
Kyle Wilson now in the game for Hillcrest. Leisure tries to get it into Jones, and Bills called for the reach-in foul.
That's another foul on a defender that's covering Jones. As you see, the Hillcrest team is starting to get those shots real easy, and the Celtics are starting to collapse. Once again, another three-pointer.
Jones is on fire from the arc. His fifth tray of the evening, 17 points.
I think we're going to see a lot more collapse by the Celtics defenders on top of Jones. They can't let him score unadulterated like this all night.
Jones is getting the easy high percentage shots. That's what Hillcrest is doing right now. They are getting the high percentage shots in this ball game.
Exactly. They're taking the wide open three-pointers that the Celtics seem more than happy to give to them.
Johnson driving the lane, has his shot rejected. Referee calls a foul though on Jones. Johnson will be going to the line to shoot 2. Substitution now for the Celtics. Number 35 checks in the ball game. Jason Heavy. Ryan Lipke, Brandon Lipke sits down now for the Celtics.
Junior Ryan Jones seems to be a primetime player for this Hillcrest Fighting Hawks team. He's doing it on the offense and doing it on the defense, and I'm frankly just, I'm shell-shocked by all the three-pointers we've seen tonight.
Johnson sinks his first shot.
Most high school coaches aren't pro gun and run as far as the three-pointer, but Tom Capel seems to be relaxed as long as his guys are making the basket.
45-24, 3:40 left to go in the third. Hempel calls out his offensive play. Leisure at the free throw line. Jumper, lean-in jumper is good. Leisure, give him 6 points. Driving to the basket is Bill. Bill, jumper no good. Brought down by Eric Austin, but as he brought it down, Emmett Smith called for the foul. No, it is Ryan Jones. Emmett Smith trying to take the foul for Jones.
Ryan Jones here once again showing his defensive intensity on the inside. Picks up his first foul, I believe, first or second foul.
Jabbar Nelson checks in now for Jones.
Jones will get a well-deserved rest. He's played an excellent ball game tonight.
Providence having trouble inbounding the ball, but this is Davis. Davis has it stripped by Hempel. Hempel will go all the way to the basket, uncontested for the easy layup.
Hempel shows he can be a pickpocket on defense, and then he rewards himself with a basket on the other end.
49-24, 3 minutes left to go in the third quarter. Providence takes a timeout. 49-24 is the score. 2:57 left to go in the third. Left to go in the game. With this timeout, we'll take a timeout as well. We'll be back with more action on the WCSF Radio TV Network.
This broadcast is being underwritten by the John Manor Insurance Agency. For all of your insurance needs, be a part of the winning team. 220 North Larkin Avenue, Joliet. Call 815-729-4650. NBD Bank, 2500 West Jefferson Street, Joliet. Phone 815-729-5000. Lens Mufflers, Brakes and Shocks, full-service auto repairs. 2419 Plainfield Road, Joliet. Call 439-2400. And by Bill Jacob Chevy Geo Mazda Mitsubishi. Proudly serving Will County's transportation needs since 1955. 2001 West Jefferson, Joliet. Phone 725-7110. J&F Sports Specialties. T-shirts, uniforms, sweats, accessories. 1399 Plainfield Road, Joliet. Phone 815-741-8801. And by Pizzas by Marshaloni, 1603 North Rainer in Crest Hill. Phone 722-1616. Stofan Agazy and Company Incorporated. Call and compare stocks, bonds, mutual funds, annuities, and options. 2301 Glenwood Avenue, Joliet. Phone 729-1266. And by Joliet Lithoprint Company Incorporated. Service printers. 423 North Chicago Street, Joliet. 727-4951. And by Newsom Rehabilitation and Sports Medicine Centers, 401 Madison Street in Joliet. Call 815-744-4660. And now back to the action with the WCSF Radio TV Network Thanksgiving Basketball Classic.
Welcome back to the College of St. Francis Recreation Center. Along with Jeff Julian, I'm Nick Weiss. Glad to have you with us for tonight's ball game. second half of our doubleheader between the Providence Catholic Celtics and the Hillcrest High School Hawks.
I'd like to say I wasn't really surprised by the score, and I don't think I was. As far as the Celtics, they're doing the best with what they have. They have a lot of young players, a lot of inexperience, and it shows, but as we said before, with time, it'll get better.
Thomas Habby with the basket. Jason Habby, excuse me. Terrell Wilson checks into the ball game. Wilson, the jumper is no good. Brought down by the Celtics. Davis. Has it stripped away by the Hawks. Quickly the other way. All the way in for the layup. Kyle Wilson.
Once again, it's time for the Hillcrest Hawks to play, and Kyle Wilson takes it down, has a little fun with it. It's a well-deserved win for these guys.
51,
if they do win.
51-26. 2 minutes left to go in the ball game. Davis up top. Free throw line jumper. No good. Tipped in. Nice job by the Celtics. Eric Austin tips in the offensive rebound. Right side now, Leisure. Back up top. This is Wilson again for the Hawks. Hero Wilson. Down low for Leisure. Leisure hands it off to 34. Jabbar Nelson. His shot's no good. Nelson gets his own rebound, puts it back up for two.
We're seeing some new faces for the Hillcrest Hawks and Terrell Wilson as well as Kyle Wilson and Jabbar Nelson. It's time to let the other guys have a little fun out here.
Bills with the jumper is good.
Derek Bills not giving up yet, even though his team is down 23 points. He squares up and shoots a nice shot.
53-30, 53 seconds left to go in the game. Or in the quarter, excuse me.
Nick, you're just excited to get home and have some turkey, aren't
That's
you?
right, I'm ready to get some turkey. 2 players checked into the game for the Celtics. Smith and Bauer. Eric Bauer, the pair of Bauers on this Providence team. Wilson up top. This is Leisure now on the right side. 35 seconds. Leisure. This is Evan Smith. Smith tries to go up. Eric Bauer gets in with the foul. I think it will be on the floor, so no trip to the line.
And Eric Bauer just kind of attached himself here to the very big, strong Emmett Smith. He took him for a ride.
Wilson gets it into Leisure. Leisure off the glass for 2.
Leisure's the only player so far for the Hillcrest Hawks that has really exposed that weakness of the Celtics inside game. He's driven in there several times. That's where most of his points have come from.
15 seconds left to go in the third quarter. 55-30 is our score. A ball out of bounds. It will be Providence basketball inbounded by number 35, Jason Habby. Bills for 3, and it's good.
Bill's continuing to play a great ball game. That's the second or third 3 for him tonight.
Wilson, 2 seconds, 1 second, and that's the end of the third quarter of play. 55-33 is our score. We'll be back with the fourth and final quarter on the WCSF Radio TV network.
This broadcast is being underwritten by the John Manor Insurance Agency. For all of your insurance needs, be a part of the winning team. 220 North Larkin Avenue, Joliet. Call 815-729-4650. NBD Bank, 2500 West Jefferson Street, Joliet. Phone 815-729-5000. Lens Mufflers, Brakes and Shocks, full-service auto repairs. 2419 Plainfield Road, Joliet. Call 439-2400. And by Bill Jacobs Chevy, Geo, Mazda, Mitsubishi. Proudly serving Will County's transportation needs since 1955. 2001 West Jefferson, Joliet. Phone 725-7110. J&F Sports Specialties. T-shirts, uniforms, sweats, accessories. 1399 Plainfield Road, Joliet. Phone 815-741-8801. And by Pizzas by Marshaloni, 1603 North Rainer in Crest Hill. Phone 722-1616. Stofan, Agazy and Company Incorporated. Call and compare stocks, bonds, mutual funds, annuities, and options. 2301 Glenwood Avenue, Joliet. Phone 729-1266. And by Joliet Lithoprint Company Incorporated. Service Printers. 423 North Chicago Street, Joliet. 727-4951. And by Newsom Rehabilitation and Sports Medicine Centers, 401 Madison Street in Joliet. Call 815-744-4660. And now back to the action with the WCSF Radio TV Network Thanksgiving Basketball Classic.
Welcome back to the fourth and final quarter of Game 2 of the 1995 WCSF Radio TV Network Thanksgiving Basketball Classic. 55-33 is the score in favor of the Hillcrest Hawks. A lot of new faces in there now for the Hawks. Wilson, who's been in there for a while, will set things up. This is Willett. Bounce pass to Leisure. Leisure still remaining in the game, as well as Jabbar Nelson. Wilson now gives it to Leisure. Leisure working inside to Wilson. Wilson in the paint, puts up the jumper, no good, but he is fouled on the way up. He will go to the line for two.
Throw Wilson, one of those seniors from Hillcrest High School. He's 5'8". Coach Capel hopes to see big things from him as a player off the bench. I'd like to remind those of you watching or listening tonight that you can catch these games rebroadcast on WCTV Channel 15 as follows. Tomorrow you can see the JCA versus Joliet Township game. That was our first game tonight at 10 a.m. tomorrow, as well as this game, Hillcrest versus Providence, tomorrow at noon.
Just a reminder, this game is being broadcast in simulcast live on 88.7 FM WCSF. Both free throws are made. Hillcrest takes the lead by 24 points now, excuse me, their biggest lead of the ball game.
Sophomore Greg Smith driving in that time, draws the blocking foul. Emmett Smith.
Smith. Now to Bills. Bills loses it inside, but we're going to have a foul called against the Hawks.
That'll be Leisure's third foul. Actually, they charged that to Willett. Excuse me. They charged...
Bills at the line for two.
Wow, there's
for
a
1
fan
and 1.
that's really intense into this ball game. You can tell who he's rooting for.
On second thought, they're not in the bonus. The next foul will put the Celtics in the bonus.
Apparently even the referees are losing their grasp on consciousness.
Lipke. Bills for three. It's good.
Derek Bills. He's going unconscious as far as the three-point line is concerned. That's his fourth three-pointer.
Bills with 19 points. Baseline jumper put up by Hillcrest. Willett tries to go for the reverse layup, but it's no good. He's fouled on the way up. He will go to the line for two. 7:14 left to go in the ballgame. 57-36 is the score in favor of the Hawks. Willett's first shot up and no good. Second shot is good. 58-36 is the score. Lipke finds the open man. This is Eric Bauer. Bauer puts up the two-pointer.
Hillcrest seeing a small collapse in their defense there as Eric Bauer was wide open for that easy jump shot.
Wilson for the Hawks. This is Willett. 6:45 left to go in the game. 20-point game in favor of the Hawks. Leisure for two, no good. Tipped around, controlled by the Celtics. A foul called now against the Hawks. Wilson will be called for the foul.
Senior Eric Bauer will take a seat. Good play from him so far. As you saw on the last time down, he scored 2 points, and he was involved in that last defensive play against the Hawks. Here we see the Hillcrest Hawk cheerleader apparently injured as she celebrated her team's ensuing win.
Shot put up, it's no good, but it's brought down, controlled by the Celtics. Bills for three, and that one is good as well. Bills, 22 points.
Bills in the three-point zone, and Capel wants a timeout. He wants to shut that man down. Derek Bills not giving up for the Celtics. He says it's not over just yet, Nick.
6:17 left to go in the game. 58-41 is the score in favor of the Hillcrest Hawks. Taking a look at the leading scorers for this game. For Providence, none other than Bills. Bills has 22 points. Closest to him is Davis with 6. Taking a look at the Hillcrest, though, Jones has 17 and Simmons has 14. Hempel has 9. Those three players have not seen too much action here in the fourth quarter. Most likely they will sit out the rest of the game. They have to get ready for the big game versus Joliet Township Friday night.
As far as scoring is concerned, you see a much more balanced attack on the Hillcrest side, whereas Bills is doing all the scoring for Providence, and that's got to be a concern for Coach Mandela. He needs to get some of his other players involved.
Looks like more Hawks will be checking into the game now. Some of the starters are coming back in the game. Jones is in, Emmett Smith is in, Leisure is in, Hempel is in, and Kyle Wilson.
This gives us a chance to see if Ryan Jones has cooled off any from outside.
This is Leisure. Penetrates, dishes it up on the left side. Shot is no good, brought down by the Celtics. Celtics lose the ball on the offensive side. Clicking up the floor come Hillcrest, and they lose the ball to the Celtics. It was going out of bounds, tried to save it. It's in the Celtics' hand. Smith penetrates the lane, puts up a jumper, no good, but he is fouled on the way up.
Craig Smith, sophomore player for Providence. Looks like he'll be leading the points in the years to come for the Celtics team. Slashing and driving into the lane.
Smith at the line for Providence. Smith. His first shot is up, and it trickles in.
Slowly but surely, Nick, we're seeing this Hawk lead come down to more manageable numbers. 16-point ball game right now.
A line violation by Hillcrest will put Smith back on the line.
That's the second one we've seen tonight, and that's kind of surprising. That's a violation you don't see too much in high school basketball.
Smith sinks what would be his third shot.
Celtics take advantage of that.
Travel violation called against Hillcrest. 5:26 left to go in the game. 58-43 is the score.
This game is not over yet, Nick. If Hillcrest is not careful, they could fall apart real quick and let Providence back in this game. It's only 15 points right now.
Trying to go inside is Johnson, broken up by the Hawks. Hempel brings the ball up for Hillcrest. Simmons, Hempel, back to Simmons. Simmons, jumper, no good. Simmons goes to the line for two.
Nice moves that time by Simmons, giving the fakes and getting open with those nice ball fakes. Simmons gets fouled, he'll go to the line.
Simmons drains his first shot, and the second one doesn't fall. Controlled by Hardy.
Tavares Hardy has played great inside game this time for the Celtics.
Lipsky tries to go inside, tipped out, and the Celtic player runs into the referee going for the loose ball. And we still have a loose ball controlled by the Celtics.
Nice recovery that time by Greg Smith. He can control that ball for the Celtics.
For three is no good, and Jones and Johnson fight for the rebound. Out of bounds, last touch by the Celtics. Hawk basketball, they will restart the fourth quarter.
So a little pressure this time by Greg Smith. He gets beat.
Leisure for the Hawks. To Emmett Smith. And we're going to have a travel violation. Tough D put on by the Celtics. Unfortunately, though, I think the toughness and aggressiveness is too much too late.
I think you're right, Nick. And plus another key, as far as the Hawks, you always have to be concerned when you put the ball in the hands of your big man outside, especially with traveling calls like that. That's expected. Emmett Smith takes a seat. You're absolutely right about the intensity. It's pretty much over.
Lipke from the free throw line, no good. Brought down. Here's Howard for the Hawks. Howard, right side. He goes baseline. Puts up the jumper. Nice jumper off the glass, and it's good.
Richard Howard, a junior, 5'9" junior for the Hillcrest Hawks. Great driving that time. Off the transition game, drives inside, gets the bucket, and he'll go to the charity stripe.
Howard. The shot is good. 62-43 in favor of the Hawks. Just under 4 minutes left to go in the ball game.
The Hawks stifled that small Celtic comeback and then pushed it back up into a 21-point lead.
Bills for three off the front of the rim. Fight for the ball on the floor, and it should stay with Providence. The arrow points to Providence. It's a jump ball. It is a jump ball. It will remain with the Celtics.
That's more of that Providence idea of never say die. 3 green jerseys on the floor fighting for that ball. They get control of it.
Bills for three. No good. Brought down. Put it back up by Austin, and Austin drains it, and he draws the foul. He will go to the line.
Eric Austin, a 6'4" senior. This Providence team needs those seniors to step up. Here comes Eric Austin. Excellent on the inside. Grabs the board, puts it in, and he'll go to the free throw line. Austin, a 58% shooter from the free throw line, a 48% shooter as far as field goals are concerned.
62-45 is the score. 3:38 left to go in the ball game. Make it 62-48.
Seeing more pressure from the Celtics here late in the game. Might have been wise to put that on a little bit earlier in this game.
Howard calls a timeout for the Hawks as they have seen their lead now has been cut to 16 points. 3:28 left to go in the game. 62-46 in favor of the Hawks.
This is the second time the Celtics have got it within 16 here in the fourth quarter. 16 is still pretty much out, but if they can get within 12, 11 points, that's a manageable deficit late in the game.
Yes, it is. They can with a couple of three-pointers. Bills, although lately he has kind of fizzled off. He's missed 3 or 4 here in a row. Just a reminder, this game is being broadcast live, simulcast on 88.7 Superstation WCSF Joliet.
Like you said, several Derek Bills three-pointers could get them right back in, but he does seem to have lost that zone he got into earlier, hitting several three-pointers before and now seem to have fallen off. Fatigue might have set in as far as Bills is concerned. He has played a lot of this ball game. He's been the big man out there from Providence.
Howard will restart things for Hillcrest.
Once again, Nick, I'd like to remind everybody that we're taking tomorrow off, but we will be back Friday night, kicking it off with another doubleheader at 5:30, Joliet Township versus Hillcrest.
Howard with 3:20 left to go in the game. Howard now driving the free throw lane. Quick pass to the left side to Simmons. Simmons kicks it back up top. They will reset their offense. The Hawks now trying to take time off the clock. Hempel. Lean-in jumper, no good, but we're going to have a offensive foul called against number 20, Janiro Hempel.
That's his third foul. As you said, Nick, they're just taking their time. Hempel drives in. He is going to get called with the offensive charge. He tries to slash in after the Hawks work their offense to take off as much time. Like you said before, they don't want to give the Celtics any more opportunities with the ball than they have to.
This is Lipke. Has his shot rejected. Lipke with the offensive rebound tries to put it back up. No good. And Eric Austin grabs the loose ball. Tries to go back up. No good. But he will go to the line.
Number 24 for the Hawks, Greg Simmons. He had his hand in there twice. The second time resulting in a foul. But as you see, he's getting a piece of this ball. He is on the inside, keeping those Celtics shots out of reach of that goal.
2:44 left, 62-46. Make it 47.
Austin with his third trip to the line, I believe, in this half. He's a good free throw shooter.
Austin, his second is good.
Full court pressure in effect by Providence.
Reach-in foul committed by Smith. This will put Hillcrest in the super bonus.
That's pretty much all that can keep the Celtics alive now, is to continue to stop this clock with fouls and get the ball back on offense. Number 20, Gennaro Hempel, going to the line for Hillcrest. The 5'9" junior makes the first.
63-48 is the score. 2:43 left to go in the ball game. Hempel's second shot is also good.
Decidedly different crowd here for this game, Nick, as compared to the first one. We saw some very wild crowd reactions to the ball game going on.
Bills, first three, and it's no good.
Bills just can't get it to fall anymore.
Howard tried to get the pass up court to number 24, Greg Simmons, but it was overshot. Celtic basketball.
Coach Tom Capel motioning to his Hawks players, just take it easy. We got this game locked up. Take your time. Don't need to throw that ball away.
Big time rejection and foul right there by Jones on Smith. As Smith tried to drive to the basket. He will go to the line for 2 shots.
we said before, Ryan Jones has been a key player for this Hillcrest team tonight, and I'm sure he will be as far as the future games go in this tournament. An unbelievable night from outside the three-point arc, especially that one three-pointer before to end the half, the first half when he shot from outside the half-court line, and he's been great on defense, too.
Smith's second shot is also good, cuts into the lead, 64-50. Howard has it stripped away. Bills pulls out from the three-point arc, and it's good. 25 for Bills. The timeout called by the Celtics.
Here come the Celtics. Bills might have that three-point momentum back under him, and this game is now cut down to 11 points. We talked about that, Nick. 11 points with 2 minutes left is manageable. A few more three-pointers, a couple of steals, you're right back into that ball game.
We thought the game was over. Boy, were we wrong, as Providence has come roaring back here in the fourth quarter. 2:08 left to go. Plenty of time to make up 11 points.
If you're still with us, congratulations. You beat the announcers. We thought this game was long over, and it is just beginning, apparently, as far as the Providence Celtics are concerned.
Coaches talking things over with their respective teams. 2:08 left to go in the ball game.
Coach Tom Capel might be concerned now if his team is to be an effective factor in the SICA Central Division race. They're going to need to be able to hold on to big leads, especially against a team who probably shouldn't be coming back right now.
Exactly, Jeff. Even though they had their second stringers in there, they should still be able to get the job done. And as you can see, the bench hasn't been very deep tonight. It's been the starters, and they've had a comeback on here. And even now, Providence is showing tremendous heart and courage in trying to come back into this ball game.
I'm just going to say, even in the last couple of minutes, we've seen the starters out there for the Hawks, and that's the team that the Providence Celtics have come back against.
Simmons with 2 minutes left to go in the game. A trap put on by Providence. He's in the trap, and there's a foul called. Simmons going to the line for two as the Hawks are in the super bonus.
Powerful trap defense here put up on the corners by the Providence Celtics team, but as we said before, Nick, perhaps too little, too late. As they start to pick up the defensive intensity that they needed in those first two quarters, it might just be a little too late.
Substitution now for Providence. Jason Heavy comes in, replacing Brandon Lifke. Second shot off the back iron, no good. Brought down. Simmons has it. Zenon jumper, no good. Brought down. Austin looked like he might have had it, but it was tipped out of bounds. Last touched by the Celtics, say the referee.
Great awareness by Simmons to get his own miss off of the free throw shots, and the Celtics having trouble holding on to that ball in these closing minutes here.
Simmons. Twin bundle basketball, he gets it into Hempel. Back to Simmons. Baseline, turn on jumper, good. 1:40 now left to go in the game, 66-53. Bills for three, no good, brought down by Austin. Austin tries to go back up, had the ball stripped away. Hempel used his dribble, gets to Howard. Howard now. Quickly up the floor. Leisure goes baseline. Simmons, one dribble, puts it back up for two.
Simmons coming alive, helping this Hillcrest team begin to pull away again.
This is Davis from inside the arc, and it's good. Back and forth, each team answering each other's baskets. With a minute left to go, a foul is called against the Celtics. 68-55 is the score. Hawks are in the lead.
Senior Walter Leisure will go to the line. Leisure will go to the line for the Hillcrest Fighting Hawks. He's been a great inside presence tonight, getting a lot of baskets and challenging the inside game of the Celtics defense.
Leisure First shot is good.
Yeah, it's a nice free throw for him. You have to make those free throws.
Second shot, no good. Eric Austin brings it down, but a foul is called against Johnson, or excuse me, Jones. Ryan Jones the foul.
That's the only part of the game Jones might want to take back on his intensity. He's been a great outside shooter, great defender, and a great fouler as well.
Eric Austin back to the charity stripe for 2 more shots. Off the back iron, no good.
Austin, a 6'4" senior who sees a lot of trips to the line.
Austin. Second one is good. Simmons nearly has it stripped away by Bills. Simmons will go to the line. Simmons at the line for 2. Coming back in now for Hillcrest. Big number 54, Emmett Smith.
Number 23, Richard Howard, will sit down. He had a couple key inside drives to keep that Hillcrest lead big.
Simmons misses his first. Kyle Bauer into the game now for the Celtics, replacing Davis. Simmons' second shot is good. He has 20 for the evening. This is Smith. Bills from 3, and it's no good. Jones, the big rebound. Stolen away by Smith. Smith, baseline. Looking. Finds Lipke. Or excuse me. It's number 30. It's number 35, Jason Habby. Leisure. Got a Howard. Howard brings it across. 30 seconds left to go in the game. Leisure. Up top. 20 seconds. 70-56 is the score. Talking about players of the games, looking at Simmons for the Hawks and Bills for the Celtics. 8 seconds, 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 70-56. Howard drives the, excuse me, that was Hempel driving away. His shot was no good. And that is the end of the ball game. The final score, Hillcrest beats Providence by the score of 70-56. We'll be back with post-game action right after this on the WCSF Radio TV Network.
This broadcast is being underwritten by Glenwood Marathon, an American company serving you a super service center at Glenwood and Republic in Joliet. Call 744-1651. Ace Hardware Lawn and Vacuum, sales, parts, service on most brands. 316 Republic in Joliet. Phone 744-4000. And by David Nelson Exquisite Jewelry, 1312 West Jefferson Street, Joliet. Phone 741-8741. Best Dance Academy, ballet, tap, jazz, acrobatics, 1934 Essington in Joliet. Phone 439-9070. And by George K's Music, your one-stop family music store, 822 Plainfield Road, Joliet. 727-4656. And by Don's Body Shop. They take the dents out of accidents. 1927 Don Mauer Drive in Crest Hill. Phone 729-1400. Imperial Electronics. Satellite receiving system, master antenna system, home and commercial. 1312 West Jefferson, Joliet. Phone 729-0161. And by Douglas L. Zeke, attorney at law, Mode Feeder Building in Joliet. 16 West Van Buren Street, phone 727-4850. The Tezak Funeral Home, first in service since 1908. 459 North Ottawa Street in Joliet. Call 722-0524. And by Spezia, Ayers, Ardaugh, and Wunderlich, attorneys at law, located at 2 Rialto Square, Suite 200, 116 North Chicago Street, Joliet. Call 726-4311. And by Codo Pharmacy, 1522 East Washington, Joliet. Call 727-4721. And Joliet Professional Pharmacy, 2100 Glenwood Avenue in Joliet. Call 725-9314. Chicago Title, the Will County office at 103 North Ottawa Street in Joliet. 726-5331. Friday Kitchen at KFC. Catfish, perch, cod, shrimp, chicken, and more. 2720 West Jefferson, Joliet. Phone 725-0746. And now back to the action with the WCSF Radio TV Network Thanksgiving Basketball Classic.
The College of St. Francis Recreation Center. Let's go to Jeff Julian with our player of the game. Jeff?
Right now are our co-players of the game for the Hillcrest Hawks. To my left is Ryan Jones. To my right is Greg Simmons. Greg, 20 points tonight. I got to ask you, how do you feel right now?
Well, my leg hurting right now, but I feel great.
Are you guys excited to go up against Township Friday night?
Yeah, because they've been defeating us since I was a freshman. I like making my last year beating them in this tournament, winning this tournament. Because we got a lot to prove this year. They ain't ranked us again. But, man, we're going to come out and do the best we can.
All right, congratulations. I got one question for you. What was going through your mind when you hit that big three-pointer before the end of the half?
It's just a normal shot to me. I would do it in practice, and I figured I was going to hit it.
Congratulations to both of you guys. Back to you, Nick.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. Our final score, 70-56 in favor of the Hillcrest Hawks. Don't forget, these games will be rebroadcast tomorrow on WCTV Channel 15 at 10 a.m. and at 12 p.m. And don't forget, on Friday night, our games will be at 5:30, Joliet Township versus Hillcrest, and at 8:30, Joliet Catholic versus Providence Catholic. For Jeff Julian, I'm Nick Weiss, hoping everyone has a safe and successful and well-deserved Thanksgiving. So long, everybody. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 1995 WCSF Radio TV Network Thanksgiving Basketball Classic. At this time, we wish to thank everyone for joining us here at the College of St. Francis Recreation Center for tonight's exciting matchup. Tonight, the Joliet Township High School Steelmen face the Hillcrest High School Hawks. This competitive boys basketball tournament provides the opportunity for local teams to compete on a neutral court in a collegiate setting. We would like all in attendance to remember that athletics are designed to promote lifetime values. Sportsmanship is one such value that makes these contests an educational experience.
Remember, sport a winning attitude. Media coverage of this event is provided by students from the College of St. Francis Journalism and Communications Department. And now, for tonight's starting lineups. First, for the visiting Hillcrest High School Hawks, a 5'9" junior, number 20, General Hemphill. A 6'2" senior, number 24, Greg Simmons. A 6-foot senior, number 44, Walter LeSure. A 6'3" junior, number 50, Ryan Jones. And a 6'3" senior, number 54, Emmett Smith. And for the Joliet Township High School Steelmen, a 6'2" senior, number 5, Dwayne Edmonds. A 6'2" senior, number 30, Marcus Foster. A 6'5" senior, number 34, Clarence Bates. A 6'5" senior, number 41, Adrice Edwards. And a 6'9" senior, number 42, John Ford. The officials for tonight's game are Joe Marshall and Ken Freeman. The officials are registered by the Illinois High School Association. Their experience and integrity qualify them to administer the rules of the game. On behalf of the College of St. Francis, we sincerely hope you will enjoy tonight's game and support your team with a positive and winning attitude. Again, we would like to thank everyone for joining us tonight. Let's play ball.
So there you have it, the starting lineup for tonight's ball game. First, for the Joliet Township High School Steelmen. But first, we'll take a look at the keys to tonight's game. First, for Township, you must be physical on the boards. Hillcrest did not go down low at all during the game against Providence, and they're going to have to work their fast break offense once again and keep Hillcrest on the run.
As far as Hillcrest is concerned, hey, keep that hot streak going from outside. Ryan Jones get the ball into that man's hands. He can shoot the three-pointer, and they're going to need to exploit that inside game that they didn't take a look at all Wednesday.
The starters for each team, first for Joliet Township, Edmond, Foster, Bates, Edwards, and Ford. And now for Hillcrest, Hemphill, Simmons, Lejeune, Ryan Jones, and Emmett Smith. We're set for the opening tip-off. And the third game is underway, controlled by the Steelmen. Foster goes all the way in for the lean-in shot, no good. Loose ball on the floor, controlled by the Steelmen. Shot three-pointer, no good. Brought down by Ford. Ford goes back up. His shot is no good. This one is hauled in by Ryan Jones.
Once again, you see the height advantage of Joliet Township with their 6'9" senior John Ford. Tallest person on Hillcrest is 6'3".
Jones misses his first attempt from three-point land. Lead-in jumper by Foster is good for the Steelmen. Lejeune inside to Emmett Smith. This is Simmons. Simmons, turn-around jumper at the free throw line is air ball, no good. And Steelmen try to save it. They throw it all the way back for Simmons. So Simmons will start the offense once again. Edwards on Simmons. He gives it up to Jones. Jones on the baseline. Turn-around jumper is up, no good. But we're going to have a foul on the shot. Jones will go to the line.
Number 50, Ryan Jones. He's one of their 6'3" players. He's a junior for Hillcrest. He'll be one of the key players from the outside of this ball game as well as a rebounder against that big man on the inside, John Ford, 6'9" for Joliet Township.
Referee is saying the foul was on the floor, out of bounds for the Hawks. Quick inbounds. Leisure with the shot, no good. Tipped out. Jones controls the jump line. This free-throw line jumper is no good. Controlled by the Steelman. Foster. Quickly up the floor. This is Ford. Ford tries to go off the backboard, but it's rejected. Here come the Hawks. Simmons. A little shake and bake. Baseline jumper, no good. Brought down by the Steelman, knocked out of bounds. It will be Steelman basketball, or Hawks basketball, excuse me. Reserve, inbound the ball for the Hawks. He gets it to Smith. Emmett Smith tries to go down low to Simmons, and a loose ball out of bounds. It will be Steelman basketball. Edmond quickly up the floor. Three-pointer taken, no good. Brought down by Simmons. This is Simmons up the floor. Bounce pass. This is Emmett Smith. Emmett Smith gets it back to Lejeune. Lejeune looking for the pass now. Right side for Hempel. Hempel driving. Tries to go left side to Simmons. Simmons has it knocked away, but he controls it. Simmons in the paint. Puts up the jumper. No good. Brought down by Smith. Smith tries to go back up, but he's hacked as he goes up. Smith will be at the line for two.
Emmett Smith, a big presence on the inside for Hillcrest High School. He's 6'3", 230 pounds. Smith driving hard to the basket. Smith gets the rebound. Fouled by 6'9" John Ford. Watch those two. They're going to bang bodies a lot tonight.
First shot is up for the Hawks. 2-1 is the score here in the early going. Smith. His second shot off the back iron, no good. Brought down by Edmond. They have the numbers. Edmond will pull up from the free throw line, is good.
Smart transition game already in play for Joliet Township. They like to run, jam it down your throat early in the ball game.
Going to have a foul against the Steelman on the shot. Lejeune is at the line for two.
Idris Edwards, he's stepping in this year for the injured Dorian Williams. He'll see quite a bit of playing time.
Lejeune's second shot is up, and that one is also good to cut the lead to one. 4-3 in favor of the Steelmans. Edmond. Down the floor, shots put up, no good. Here come the Hawks in transition. Hempel, right side for Lejeune. Lejeune has it stripped away, controlled by the Steelmen. They try to get up the floor to Edmond, but it's knocked out of bounds. Last touch by the Steelmen.
So far, Nick, a sloppy game underway. We've seen neither team really get into their offensive set or seem to be comfortable out there. Hillcrest was a very great passing game. They had the lead a long time against Providence. They don't seem to be comfortable yet in their offense.
Simmons drives into the paint, puts up the shot off the glass, and it's good. A lean-in jumper for two. Edmond now for the Steelman. Bounce pass down low to 41. Edwards. Edwards goes up for two. 6-5, 4:35 left to go in the first quarter. Hempel. Now to Jones. Bates tries for the strip, but it's not. The referee calls a foul. Out of bounds to the Hawks.
Chip Bates already has 2 fouls, and he was in foul trouble early against Joliet Catholic Academy. Chip Bates is a senior. They expect good leadership, and they need him out on the floor to do that. He'll take a seat now, Nick.
Eric Walton checking into the game for the Steelmen. The Hawks inbound the ball. Jones. Jones fakes the three, gives it up for Simmons. Simmons fakes the three. Nice starts his dribble. Calling out his offensive play. Simmons. Turnaround jumper is no good. Brought down by Hempel. Hempel's on the baseline. Nearly stripped away. Hempel in trouble. Gets it to Leisure. Leisure. One dribble up off the glass for two.
Hempel able to battle out of that trap defense. Get it to Leisure for 2 quick points.
Edwards. Now for Edmond. Edmond into the paint. Has his shot rejected by Smith. Here comes Simmons. He's all alone. Simmons goes up. And his shot is back. by Edmond. Edmond tries to get the strip, but he instead hacks him. Simmons will go to the line.
Great second defensive effort by Dwayne Edmond. Greg Simmons wide to the basket, all alone on the transition. He's a big guy out there, and Dwayne Edmonds hustled back, took the foul. No easy baskets here, Nick.
Simmons, first shot is up, is no good. 7-6 is our score. 3:52 left to go in the first. Edmond seems to have an injury right now on his left hand, maybe a jammed finger. He will be going out of the game. Coming into the game for Township is number 23, Demetrius Betts. Simmons. His second is up, and it's also no good. Brought down by Leisure. Leisure tries to go up. A foul on the floor called by the referee.
Nick, Wednesday night, Simmons was a huge player for the Hillcrest team. He had 20 points, leading them.
Simmons to inbound the ball for the Hawks. Leisure. Now for Simmons. Initial report now from Bryn Edmond. He has some bleeding on his left hand, so he will have to step out of the game until he can patch it up.
We're banging downside as Greg Simmons drives the lane. Joliet Township gold jerseys everywhere.
With that foul, this puts Hillcrest, next foul will put Hillcrest in the bonus. Betts bringing the ball up for the Steelman. Really stripped away by the Hawks, and we're going to have a backcourt. Coach Koskowski can't believe the call on the sideline saying the Hawks last touch it. Referee says no.
Coach Koskowski not happy with that last call, and perhaps not happy with his team. As you see, the stifling defense put on by the Hillcrest Hawks forces Joliet Township with an over and back turnover violation.
Hempel. Leisure now. Give it to Nelson. Hempel regains it as it is stripped away. Leisure on the right side. Baseline for Jones. Jones spin around jumper, no good. Nice tip in. Put in by Leisure.
Great presence of mind by Leisure. He was the man who drove the inside all day, all night Wednesday for Hillcrest.
A travel called against the Hawks as they stripped the ball away from the Steelman.
But the momentum has definitely went the Hawks' way so far in this ball game.
A substitution now for the Hawks as Richard Howard steps in. Edwards. Puts it into Betts. This is Terry. Terry tries to go down low to Edwards, but it's broken up. Here comes Howard. Simmons on the baseline. His shot is no good. Brought down by the Steelman. This is Betts now for the Steelman. Right side for Edwards. Edwards puts up a shot. A three-pointer is good.
They left Idris Edwards wide open, and Idris Edwards did what Coach Koskowski hoped he would do, make some three-pointers, hold up that scoring for the injured Dorian Williams.
Leisure into the paint, and it's no good. Tipped around, controlled by the Hawks. This is Simmons. Simmons tries to go up with it, brought down by the Steelman. Betts. Now for Joliet Township. He gives it up to Walton. Walton, jumper's no good, controlled by the Steelman. Ford puts up the jumper and it's good.
Big John Ford from outside makes his presence known early in this ball game.
Howard on the left side. Jones. Up top for the Hawks. 138, 11-9 in favor of the Steelmen. Jones takes the pass inside, driving into the paint, puts up the jumper, no good. Brought down by Beck. The Steelmen have the numbers, 3-on-2. Beck decides to slow it down, now to Ford. Ford in the paint, he'll go all the way to the hoop, no good. Brought down, controlled by Jones. Quickly up the floor, this is Simmons. Simmons, all alone, he goes in for the layup.
Joliet Township let down their defensive guard that time. Greg Simmons and Hillcrest took advantage.
This is Walton. Walton baseline jumper, no good. Brought down by Simmons. Simmons trying to take it himself, nearly loses it. This is Jones. All alone is Howard for the jumper, no good. Brought down by the Steelmen.
Looks like we have an injury for the Hillcrest team, Richard Howard. Person may have been poked in the eye.
Looks like we're going to have a timeout. We're going to have a timeout. We'll take a timeout as well. We'll be back with more action right after this on the WCSF Radio TV Network.
This broadcast is being underwritten by the John Manor Insurance Agency. For all of your insurance needs, be a part of the winning team. 220 North Larkin Avenue, Joliet. Call 815-729-4650. NBD Bank, 2500 West Jefferson Street, Joliet. Phone 815-729-5000. Lens Mufflers, Brakes and Shocks, full-service auto repairs. 2419 Plainfield Road, Joliet. Call 439-2400. And by Bill Jacobs Chevy, Geo, Mazda, Mitsubishi. Proudly serving Will County's transportation needs since 1955. 2001 West Jefferson, Joliet. Phone 725-7110. J&F Sports Specialties. T-shirts, uniforms, sweats, accessories. 1399 Plainfield Road, Joliet. Phone 815-741-8801. And by Pizzas by Marshaloni, 1603 North Rainer in Crest Hill. Phone 722-1616. Stofan Agazy and Company Incorporated. Call and compare stocks, bonds, mutual funds, annuities, and options. 2301 Glenwood Avenue, Joliet. Phone 729-1266. And by Joliet Lithoprint Company Incorporated. Service printers. 423 North Chicago Street, Joliet. 727-4951. And by Newsom Rehabilitation and Sports Medicine Centers. 401 Madison Street in Joliet. Call 815-744-4660. And now back to the action with the WCSF Radio TV Network Thanksgiving Basketball Classic.
Welcome back to the College of St. Francis Recreation Center. 11-11 is our score. 33 seconds left to go in the first quarter. Along with Jeff Julian, I am Nick Weiss. Glad to have you back with us for the third game of the WCSF Radio TV Network Thanksgiving Basketball Classic.
Nothing we didn't expect from either of these teams, Nick. Both of these teams playing tight ball games, great defense. Hillcrest driving this time as opposed to hitting the outside shots early in this game. We've seen Greg Simmons go inside as well as Walter Leisure. Great ball play from both of those gentlemen tonight for Hillcrest.
Edmond now back in the game for the Steelmen. Walton takes the three, and we're going to have a travel violation called. Referee saying he moved his pivot foot. 11-11, 22 seconds left. The Steelmen showing press. Now they back off. This is Hempel. Hempel on the right side. 16 seconds. Quickly down low. The spin around jumper is good for Nelson.
Jabbar Nelson, a 6'3 senior for Hillcrest.
Walton
showing great moves.
5 seconds. Edmond leading jumper is good. And that's the end of the first quarter of play. 13-13 is our score. First quarter filled with plenty of action as both teams going back and forth. Early on, though, it was a bit of a sloppy game as both teams could not get their offense set up. But as they got going, their offense got going, and we ended up tied at the end of the first quarter.
Exactly, Nick. Perhaps these teams not expecting the tight competition, maybe especially Hillcrest after the game they played against Providence. They pretty much led that one all the way, and now they go up against a Joliet Township team that is a very tough team, very physical team. We're seeing some great basketball right now, knotted at 13.
Taking a look at some of the leading scores now. First, for the Hawks, Lejeune has 6 points, followed by Simmons, who has 4 points. And for the Steelman, Edwards has 5, followed by Edmond with 4. Edmond has a bandage on his left thumb. He must have started bleeding as he was on the court. He had it fixed up, and he is ready to go for the game.
We're still yet to see the outside shooting from Hillcrest. Jones not even on the board yet with any points, but we'll look for that.
Just taking a look at some of the games coming up. First of all, next, here on the WCSF Radio TV Network, Providence Catholic versus Joliet Catholic. That should be a great ball game. Don't forget, this game is being broadcast live in simulcast at 88.7 FM WCSF Joliet.
One foul on Emmett Smith for Hillcrest. 2 key fouls for Joliet Township. Foster and Bates both in early foul trouble with 2 apiece.
Now let's go to Lorna Whitfield on the sideline. Lorna?
Wants his players to get...
Maybe not. We're back to the action. Simmons for the Hawks. Gives it up for Hemphill. Hemphill will set up his offense. Pass to Lejeune, stripped away by Betts. Here comes Steelman. Betts will take it himself. 6-foot jumper, no good. Brought down by the Hawks. Simmons with Hemphill. Hemphill will go all the way in. Has your shot rejected. Here they come in transition. This is Walton. Bounce pass right side for Edmond. Back to Walton. Walton jumper, no good. Brought down by Edmond. Edmond, as it stripped away, we're going to have a foul called against the Hawks.
If that one didn't ignite the Joliet Township crowd, I don't know what did. Big block by number 44, Eric Walton, a 6'6" senior for Joliet Township on that last time down.
Edmond to inbound the ball. He'll inbound the ball for the Steelman.
Walton not going to let that one go in.
Betts for 3. Good.
Demetrius Betts, a 5'10" junior for Joliet Township, leading the point.
Lejeune is up for Hemphill on the right wing. This is Simmons up top. Try that right side once again. Bounce pass to Lejeune. Lejeune going into the paint. His shot's up off the glass. No good. Brought down, controlled by Robb, who checked in the game for the Steelman. Quickly, here they come. Edmond. Edmond goes all the way into the basket. No good. Brought down by Walton. Walton goes back. Edwards, that is, goes back up for 2.
Nick, as we reported before, Richard Howard, number 23 for Hillcrest, he has a cut over the eye. They're going to save him up. He will be back in this ball game.
Hemphill between the circles. For Simmons now. Nelson to Hemphill. Back to Simmons. Simmons inside the lane. Jump up. Shot is no good. Brought down. Stripped away by Edmond. And we're going to have a foul called. That's against Nelson. Nelson brought down the board, but Edmond was able to strip it away. Nelson tried to get it back, but it's called for the reach in.
And Nick, Joliet Township has opened up a 5-point lead behind that great transition game that they possess.
John Ford coming back into the game now for the Steelman, as well as number 32, Terry. Edmond and Edwards sitting out. Edmond now will start his offense. This is back to the right side. Inside, try to go inside to Walton, but it's broken up. Lead pass is stripped away. No! Lejeune gets it back. and lays it in for two.
Thought that one was a little bit ahead of LeSure. He gets out in front, then he comes back with a great defensive play. Township throws it away in the front court.
LeSure to inbound the ball for the Hawks as they put on a little half-court press. Hempel finds LeSure on the right wing. Gives up for Smith. Smith down low to Jones. Jones, spin around jumper, no good. Brought down by John Ford. Ford tries to get it to Bet, and it's stripped away by Hempel. Hempel, baseline jumper up and no good. Brought down by Ford once again. And Ford nearly had it stripped away. No, a foul is called now on Greg Simmons. 18-15 in favor of the Steelmen. 5:34 left to go in the first half.
6'9" John Ford trying to hold on to the ball down low. Gets it stripped away by Greg Simmons. Good hands down low. It's very important for this Joliet Township team, especially in their big men.
Substitution now for Joliet Township as Demetrius King checks into the ball game for the first time this evening. Edmond slowly brings the ball up the court. Gives it off for King. King trying to get back to Edmonds, and it's stripped away here. Here's Leisure. Leisure does not have the numbers. Tries to get to Simmons, broken up by the Steelman. Wilson goes all the way. Excuse me, that's number 32, Kyle. Richard Terry goes all the way for the Steelman. His shot is up and good, and he's fouled. He'll go to the line.
Richard Terry caught the big Emmett Smith. Not sure what he was going to do. Set himself up for a block. And gets the foul. A great basket.
The Steelmen out to their 5-point lead once again, 20-15. 5:17 left to go in the first half. Terry from the line. His shot is up, and it's good. Hempel for the Hawks. He's up for Howard, who's come back in. Jones takes pass down low and gives up to Hempel. Hempel driving the paint, and his layup is good. Terry for three, no good. Brought down, tipped around, controlled by Ford. Ford goes back up for two.
A huge rebound following the miss for John Ford. He kept at it, stayed strong in the paint, and gets the reward.
Hempel will try to clear the right side. Referee calls a foul against the Steelman.
Senior Demetrius King getting set on the defense here. Gets beat by Gennaro Hempel. He'll go to the line.
Hempel with 2 points in the ball game. Tries to make it possibly two more. First shot is up, is good. 23-18 is the score in favor of the Steelmen with 4:34 left to go in the first half. The second for Hempel falls through. Terry for the Steelmen. Gets it back to Edmond. Edmond goes left side for King. King inside down low, number 52, a new player checked in for the Township. Eric Brewer. This puts up good for two. Howard nearly loses it, and it's going to be out of bounds. Last touch by the Steelmen. Howard gets the ball into Leisure. Leisure brings the ball up for the Hawks. Being guarded by Brewer. Hempel now. Jones. Jones for three, and it's good.
Ryan Jones picking up right where he left off last night, making his first three-pointer of the game.
Terry to answer, no good. Controlled by the Hawks. This is Simmons. Fancy dribbling now put on by the senior. Simmons into the paint. Has the ball stripped away. Edmond brings it down. Bounce pass up to King. King all the way to the layup, and he's fouled as he goes up. He'll go go to the line.
Gennaro Hemphill says, not in my neighborhood, as King tries for the easy two. Hemphill gets up there. No easy buckets in this neighborhood, Nick. They're going to have to get him from the line.
Lar Nelson checks the game for the Hawks. Demetrius King at the line for the Steelmen. First shot is up, off the back iron, no good. His second shot is good. Jones. Left side for Hemphill. Hemphill goes into the free throw lane. His jumper is good. This is King. King bounce pass down low to Ford. Ford spin around jumper, and he lays it in.
Joliet Township using their height advantage, going to the 6'9" John Ford for an easy two in the paint.
Hemphill gives it to Nelson. Nelson, baseline jumper off the glass, no good. Howard goes back up with it. His shot's no good. Brought down by Brewer. To King. King loses it to Howard, and King tries to get it back, and he fouls Howard. Howard will go to the line for the 1-and-1 bonus.
King losing the handle under serious pressure put on by Richard Howard. King trying to recover, gets the foul, and that'll put Howard on the line.
.248 left to go in the first half. 28-24 is the score in favor of Joliet Township.
I think we're seeing a very different Hillcrest offense tonight as they've gone to the inside a lot more tonight in Hemphill, Leisure, and Greg Simmons.
The ball is thrown away as Walton tries to get it to Ford, but Ford wasn't looking his way. Ball goes out of bounds.
Small mistakes like that that are allowing Hillcrest to stay close with Joliet Township tonight.
Simmons will check back into the game now for Hillcrest. Hemphill. Bounce pass up top to Leisure. Leisure drives. Free throw lane is good. Or is it? Nope, offensive foul called against Hillcrest. Basket is good, however.
Hemphill continuing to work the inside for Hillcrest. They get the basket, but they do get the foul against Hillcrest.
Leisure now with 10 points on the evening. 28-24 is the score. Edmond fakes the three-pointer, trying to go down low to Jones, who's coming the ball game for the Steelmen. Courtney Jones seeing the action tonight.
Excuse me, Nick, on that last play, I said they counted the basket. In fact, it was an offensive charge, no basket. They counted it? Banging bodies once again inside. These two teams are big. They like to use it on the inside.
Leisure's first shot is up and good.
Leisure, an excellent free throw shooter, 67% from the charity stripe.
1 of 2 on Wednesday evening. The second shot is up, no good. The Steelmen lose the ball. Hemphill regains control for the Hawks. Jumper is good. Edmond for the Steelmen. Inside the three-point arc, no good. Edmond tried to control it. Knocked out of bounds off of Jones.
And the tempo swings back and forth in this game as we see Hillcrest draw within 1 point once again this evening.
Deshaun Nichols in for the Hawks. 28-27, 2 minutes left to go in the first half. Edwards for three, and it's good.
Once again, that brings a smile to Koskowski's face for Joliet Township. Edwards is brought in to bring up scoring from the injured Dorian Williams, and that's exactly what he's done this evening.
Nichols gets the pass to Jones, but Jones loses it out of bounds. The Seaman will have the ball. Hillcrest playing on the press, but the Seaman breaks it easy. This is Edmond. Edmond all the way in for the layup.
Excellent slashing and heads-up basketball by Edmond that time as he drives the lane.
Hempel. Now to Jones. Jones gives it to Simmons. Simmons down low to Hempel. Hempel on the baseline. Trying to go for the reverse layup. No good. He strips it away from Ford. Shot goes up. No good. Brought down by Ford once again. The shot Nichols tries for the basket, but it's no good. Edmond for three. No good. Kicked around. Brought down by Walton. Walton goes back up. No good. Ford with the board. Goes up. No good. Walton now for two. Township second, third chances, and they finally put the ball in.
That's right. Walton finally recovers that bouncing rebound for Township and puts it in.
Travel violation called against the Hawks. As Leger checks back into the ball game, 45 seconds left in the first half. 35-27 in favor of the Steelmen.
Couple quick runs by Joliet Township and some Hillcrest mistakes. Sees Township back ahead by 8 points.
The biggest lead of the evening now for the Steelmen as they try to add on to that. Bates with the ball on the left side as he is fouled. This will put him on the line.
For Hillcrest, Emmett Smith, number 54, he's in foul trouble right now. He has 3 already in this first half.
Jones pulls down the miss. 32 seconds left. Howard, free throw line jumper, no good. He brings down his own rebound. He's in traffic. Gets it to Jones. Jones, a long three-pointer, no good. Brought down by the Steelmen. We're going to have a foul against the Hawks. This will put Joliet Township back on the line with a chance to increase on their 8-point lead.
I think 6'9" Big John Ford got a piece of that three-point shot by Jones. That's only the second three-pointer we've seen him take tonight.
Demetrius Beck on the line. The shot is up and it's good. Beck at the line for his second shot. His shot is up and it's also good, increasing the lead to 10 points now. Howard for three, no good. Tipped around. Controlled by the Steelmen. They had the fast break. Walton goes in for the slam dunk.
Let's put an exclamation point on this run so far and the end of the first half. Big slam dunk by Walton. And Township is ahead comfortably in this ball game.
Leisure tries the half-court shot, but to no avail. 39-27 is the score.
Transition game working well for Joliet Township, and Walton finishes off with a big slam dunk. And we've got a great first half here, Nick.
Two very different teams tonight in terms of Joliet Township and Hillcrest, both playing different from when they played in the previous game. Township out aggressive, playing very strong down low. Hillcrest trying to go that low post game, but is not working.
Perhaps even for Hillcrest, they had that comfortable lead all in that first game against Providence Catholic. Now they're seeing some different competition, a lot stiffer, a lot tougher. and perhaps they need to pick up their ball game to catch up to this Joliet Township team.
In last year's ball game in the 1994 Thanksgiving Basketball Classic, Township beat Hillcrest by a score of 85-63. Township consistently beating Hillcrest in this tournament. We're going to take a quick break now. We'll be back with more halftime action on the WCSF Radio TV Network.
This broadcast is being underwritten by the John Manor Insurance Agency. For all of your insurance needs, be a part of the winning team. 220 North Larkin Avenue, Joliet. Call 815-729-4650. NBD Bank, 2500 West Jefferson Street, Joliet. Phone 815-729-5000. Lens Mufflers, Brakes and Shocks, full-service auto repairs. 2419 Plainfield Road, Joliet. Call 439-2400. And by Phil Jacob Chevy Geo Mazda Mitsubishi. Proudly serving Will County's transportation needs since 1955. 2001 West Jefferson, Joliet. Phone 725-7110. J&F Sports Specialties. T-shirts, uniforms, sweats, accessories. 1399 Plainfield Road, Joliet. Phone 815-741-8801. And by Pizzas by Marshaloni, 1603 North Rainer in Crest Hill. Phone 722-1616. Stofan Agazy and Company Incorporated. Call and compare stocks, bonds, mutual funds, annuities, and options. 2301 Glenwood Avenue, Joliet. Phone 729-1266. And by Joliet Litho Print Company Incorporated. Service Printers. 423 North Chicago Street, Joliet. 727-4951. And by Newsom Rehabilitation and Sports Medicine Centers, 401 Madison Street in Joliet. Call 815-744-4660. And now back to the action with the WCSF Radio TV Network Thanksgiving Basketball Classic.
Welcome back to the College of St. Francis Recreation Center. Our score, 39-27 in favor of the Joliet Township Steelmen. Jeff, we're talking earlier about the Steelmen tonight. They have come out a totally different team than we saw them on Wednesday.
Exactly. We wondered if they would be affected by that early loss in this tournament to Joliet Catholic. Not at all. They came out heads-up play. They rammed it down the throats of the Hillcrest team, and here they are, way out ahead already.
Well, with that, we're going to take another break. We'll be back with more halftime action on the WCSF Radio TV Network.
The Journalism Communications Department of the College of St. Francis offers 4 exciting areas of concentration. For more information on our programs, call the College of St. Francis at 740-3400. That's 740-3400.
College of St. Francis Recreation Center. Along with Jeff Julian, I'm Nick Weiss. Jeff, as we just talked during that break, Hillcrest, we said they had to go inside if they wanted to be effective. They are going inside, but they're not getting the job done.
Exactly, Nick. As we talked before, and we've talked all throughout this tournament, we were shocked and amazed by that great display of three-point shooting in the first game against Providence. But we saw the lack of absence of an inside game. Now, in this game, they attacked the inside, but we're yet to see anyone from the outside except for Jones, who hit 1-3. I think for this team, they need to get both of those clicking at the same time, inside and outside game.
That's a great point, Jeff. Jones does have to get into the mix for the Hawks if they want to cut into this lead now that it's 12 points. The Steelmen, on the other hand, they have come back, roaring back from Wednesday night's loss. We expected them to keep their heads up high, but I don't think we expected this much from the Steelmen.
No, they've been powerful so far. They've come inside. John Ford has rebounded well. Everyone is clicking. Edmond driving the lane hard. And it's just been a great ball game so far for Joliet Township. Bob Koskowski has to be very pleased with this team.
39-27 is our score. 4:30 left to go during the halftime intermission. We'll be back with more action right after this on the WCSF Radio TV Network.
This broadcast is being underwritten by the John Manor Insurance Agency. For all of your insurance needs, be a part of the winning team. 220 North Larkin Avenue, Joliet. Call 815-729-4650. NBD Bank, 2500 West Jefferson Street, Joliet. Phone 815-729-5000. Lens Mufflers, Brakes and Shocks, full-service auto repairs. 2419 Plainfield Road, Joliet. Call 439-2400. And by Phil Jacobs Chevy Geo Mazda Mitsubishi. Proudly serving Will County's transportation needs since 1955. 2001 West Jefferson, Joliet. Phone 725-7110. J&F Sports Specialties. T-shirts, uniforms, sweats, accessories. 1399 Plainfield Road, Joliet. Phone 815-741-8801. And by Pizzas by Marshaloni, 1603 North Rainer in Crest Hill. Phone 722-1616. Stofan Agazy and Company Incorporated. Call and compare stocks, bonds, mutual funds, annuities, and options. 2301 Glenwood Avenue, Joliet. Phone 729-1266. And by Joliet Lithoprint Company Incorporated. Service Printers. 423 North Chicago Street, Joliet. 727-4951. And by Newsom Rehabilitation and Sports Medicine Centers. 401 Madison Street in Joliet. Call 815-744-4660. And now back to the action with the WCSF Radio TV Network Thanksgiving Basketball Classic.
Welcome back to the College of St. Francis Recreation Center. Now let's go to Lorna Whitfield on the sidelines. Lorna?
Going into second half, Bob Kukowski, head coach for the Joliet Township basketball team, told his players that they only had to do a few simple things in order to maintain their lead and win this basketball game. He told them that they need to pass more, they need to take better shots, they need to run their set plays, and they need to be on the defense when the ball comes back down to the Joliet Catholic. Who are we playing? Joliet Township and Hillcrest side. This is Lorna Whitfield. Back to you, Nick and Jeff.
A confused Lorna Whitfield this evening, trying to remember which teams are playing tonight. But anyway, here's a look at some of the halftime statistics.
I was going to say, I think everybody's a little bit confused after all the turkey and stuffing and mashed potatoes. I know everybody's had to let the belt out and just kind of relax, suck it in.
Probably true, Jeff. First for the Hillcrest High School Hawks. Hempel has the 10 points. Lejeune has 9 points. Rebound leaders, Lejeune with 5 and Jones with 4 for Joliet Township. Edwards with 10. Ford and Edmond each have 6 points. Ford with 8 rebounds and Walton with 4. So the rebounding edge going to Joliet Township tonight.
Which is not a surprise. They do have the height advantage, so it would be strange not to see them leading the boards. Nick, as a special little feature tonight, I'm going to tell you a little bit about both of the coaches for tonight. Coach Bob Koskowski for Joliet Township High School. He's in his 23rd year of coaching basketball in the Joliet area. This is his first year with Joliet Township. Last season, the Sealmen finished 4th in the state and had a record of 29-4. On the other side, Coach Tom Capel, he's the head coach for Hillcrest High School. He is in his 12th season as head coach for the boys varsity basketball team. He holds the longest and most successful coaching record. His career record is 212-88. So very impressive. You can get all kinds of stats like that in the WCSF Radio TV Network Thanksgiving Basketball Classic Media Guide. Pick one of those up at the door. They're very handy in identifying players and other such interesting stats in this tournament.
You just have it all, don't you? Here we'll take a quick look at the last dunk, which brought up this Joliet Township crowd. There you see the fast break. and Walton going in all the way for the slam.
For bang, and I think that just kind of summed up the whole Joliet Township first half. They came in with a bang, did not let Hillcrest catch their breath, and as of course you see as a reaction to that, the score 39-27 in favor of Joliet Township.
We're just about set for the start of the third quarter. 39-27 is our score in favor of the Steelmen. Along with Ed Przicki, our director, Jeff Julian, I'm Nick Weiss. Glad to have you with us for the third ball game of the WCSF Radio TV Network Thanksgiving Basketball Classic. Edmond will start things off for the Steelmen. The second half is underway. This is Foster for three, no good, brought down by Howard.
Foster's someone we didn't see a lot in the first half because he was sitting on the bench with 2 fouls.
Howard, nice bounce pass down low. Simmons tries to get to Leisure, gets it back. Lead and jumper is good.
Greg Simmons, he's someone who's going to have to step up for Hillcrest. He led them with 20 points the other night against Providence. He's going to need to lead them again tonight.
Edmond, now to Marcus Foster. Foster tries to go down low to Ford, but it's broken up. Howard and Hempel. Howard will take it in, and he is fouled on his way up.
Good defensive play by number 44, Leisure. He broke up that pass to Ford, and Howard took it the rest of the way. Tried to get fancy there at the end. Doesn't always pay, but he'll go to the line. He'll get a chance to go for 2. Once again, great transition game here for the Hillcrest Hawks starting out early. They're going to need to see more of that transition game if they want to get back in the ball game.
Looks like Joliet Township takes a timeout. 7:23 left to go in the third quarter. 39-29 is the score. Don't forget, games coming up later tonight at 8:30. Providence Catholic versus Joliet Catholic, and tomorrow Hillcrest versus Joliet Catholic, and that's at 5:30 and 8:30 Joliet Township. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more action on WCSF Radio TV Network.
This broadcast is being underwritten by the John Manor Insurance Agency. For all of your insurance needs, be a part of the winning team. 220 North Larkin Avenue, Joliet. Call 815-729-4650. NBD Bank, 2500 West Jefferson Street, Joliet. Phone 815-729-5000. Lens Mufflers, Brakes and Shocks, full-service auto repairs. 2419 Plainfield Road, Joliet. Call 439-2400. And by Phil Jacobs Chevy, Geo, Mazda, Mitsubishi. Proudly serving Will County's transportation needs since 1955. 2001 West Jefferson, Joliet. Phone 725-7110. J&F Sports Specialties. T-shirts, uniforms, sweats, accessories. 1399 Plainfield Road, Joliet. Phone 815-741-8801. And by Pizzas by Marshaloni, 1603 North Rainer in Crest Hill. Phone 722-1616. Stoughton, Agazy and Company Incorporated. Call and compare stocks, bonds, mutual funds, annuities, and options. 2301 Glenwood Avenue, Joliet. Phone 729-1266. And by Joliet Lithoprint Company Incorporated. Service Printers. 423 North Chicago Street, Joliet. 727-4951. And by Newsom Rehabilitation and Sports Medicine Centers. 401 Madison Street in Joliet. Call 815-744-4660. And now back to the action with the WCSF Radio TV Network Thanksgiving Basketball Classic.
Welcome back to the College of St. Francis Recreation Center. 7:23 left to go in the third quarter. 39-29 is the score in favor of the Steelmen.
Nick, we talked about some of the things Hillcrest needs to do. Well, I tell you what, as I look at these first half stats, they are going to need to have to bring up their shooting percentage. 30% for Hillcrest to 50% for Joliet Township.
This game is being broadcast simulcast live on 88.7 FM WCSF Joliet. Howard at the line for the Hawks. First shot up off the front of the rim.
As a team, Hillcrest was 6 of 11 from the free throw line. Township 4 of 6 in the first half.
The second shot is also no good. Rebound brought down by the Steelman. Marcus Foster, baseline jumper, no good. Brought down by Lejeune. 3-on-2, here come the Hawks. Howard, baseline jumper for him, no good. Brought down by Hempel. Back up top for Simmons. Simmons for 3, no good. Controlled by the Steelman. Quickly up the floor to Ford. Ford goes in off the backboard for 2.
Township not even bothering to set up into their offense that time. Just run and gun. Get the quick shot off John Ford.
This is Jones for 3, and it's good. (41-32), 6:35 left to go in the third quarter. Foster. Back to Edmond. Edmond for 3, and it's good.
So Edmond answers Jones. Joliet Township shooting great from the arc, 50% in the first half. And they've hit their first one out there tonight.
Howard on the right wing. Bounce pass to Jones. Jones, a long three-pointer, no good, but he grabs his own rebound. Howard for 3, no good. Controlled, nice rebound by Bates. Bounce pass to Marcus Foster. Foster, he pulls up from 12, no good. Brought down, controlled by Howard. Howard, 3-on-1. This is Simmons, back to Howard. Howard lays it in for the easy bucket.
That was pretty by Hillcrest. Howard and Simmons, 2 great guards, playing a little toss back and forth. Howard gets the point.
Edwards for 3, no good. Tipped around, controlled by Leisure. He slips down, he's on the floor. Great piece of mind to call a timeout, so the Hawks will regain the ball.
And so, Nick, now as we saw early, Hillcrest using their inside game. Now they're reverting back to the outside game to try and catch up, which makes sense down 10 points to this Township team.
44-34 in favor of the Steelmen. 5:23 left to go in the third quarter. The Hawks going back to their perimeter game, as Jeff mentioned. They need to get hot if they want to come back into this ball game.
They definitely need Ryan Jones to get involved in the scoring. Hempel and Leisure are currently leading Hillcrest 10 points and 9 points respectively. Over on the other side, Edwards with 10, Ford with 8, Edmonds with 6 at the half.
We're ready for the restart of the third quarter. It will be Hawks basketball out of bounds. It will be Howard, Hempel, Lejeune, Simmons, and Jones for the Hawks. Marcus Foster, Edmond, Bates, Ford, and Terry checks back in the ballgame for the Steelmen. Lejeune on the right side. Gives it for Howard. Howard. Right side goes into the paint. No good. Brought down by Lejeune. Lejeune tries to go back up, but he's fouled on the way up. Richard Terry called for the foul.
It's getting rough down low now, Nick, as Howard goes up. He's knocked to the ground, and then Leisure back in there. He gets fouled. He'll go to the line.
Trying to cut into this Steelman lead. First shot up, no good.
Nick, we both know free throws are an excellent way to cut into the lead. They're a free opportunity. No defense. Just get a chance to take a shot.
Legeure's second shot is also no good. Brought down by the Steelman. This is Marcus Foster. Gives it up to Edmond. Edmond. There's Terry. Terry goes into Ford. Ford, turnaround jumper. Did not know where he was in the court. Hit the rim. But Bates goes up for the big slam.
Hillcrest defensively just seemed to let it go that time, and Chip Bates puts one down hard for Joliet Township.
Jones, jumper off the front rim, no good. Gets his own rebound, puts it back up. His shot is also no good. Brought down by Steelman. This is Edmond. Edmond puts it to floor to Terry. Terry, one dribble, puts up the shot, no good. As Foster gets the rebound and puts it back up.
Two guys we're seeing a lot of this half is Marcus Foster and Chip Bates. Two guys we didn't see a lot of in the first game because of foul trouble, both making big contributions. Foster big on the boards, and Chip Bates, what a slam last time down the court. Let's take a look at this one. Thunderous as he gets John Ford's rebound and puts it home. Exclamation point on that one, and Joliet Township is starting to pull away, Nick.
With 4:20 left to go in the third quarter, Township has a lead over Hillcrest of 48-34.
On a side note, Greg Simmons, an important player for Hillcrest. He has 3 fouls right now, and that could be important later in this ball game because they're going to need his leadership as well as his scoring. 20 points in the previous game against Providence. They're going to need at least 20 points from him tonight to keep up with this explosive Joliet Township offense.
Along with Simmons, Emmett Smith in foul trouble with 3 fouls. Take a look at Joliet Township. Edmond, King, Foster, and Bates all have 2 apiece, so they are not in foul trouble as of yet.
And that's good. As we said before, Foster and Bates, both keys to this Joliet Township offense as well as defense, both involved in 2 big plays last time down.
Howard to bring the ball up for the Hawks. Being guarded by Marcus Foster. Howard tries taking himself, goes in the paint. His shot is up and it will fall. As on the way up, he's fouled, so he will go to the line.
Howard gets the roll, and Foster will get his 3rd foul. I believe we just talked about foul trouble for this Joliet Township team, especially for their important players. Foster takes a seat, and here comes Demetrius Betts for Joliet Township.
Howard at the line for the Hawks. Off the front iron, no good. Brought down by Edmond. Edmond now gives up to Terry. Terry, little jumper, no good. Brought down by Hempel. Hempel gives up to Simmons. Simmons, left side baseline, no good. Brought down by Ford. Quickly the other way. This is Terry. Terry. Back to Bates, and he goes up to the slam, and it's no good. Brought down by Howard.
Whether he makes it or not, Chip Bates just seems to ignite this Township crowd.
3-pointer put in by Richard Howard. 48-39. Betts loses it to Jones. Howard once again to the Hawks. Bounce pass to Hempel. Hempel, one dribble to pull up the shot, and it's good. Here come the Hawks. 48-41 is the score. 3:17 left to go in the third.
Hawks driving back in that running offense, and Joliet Township elects to slow it down a bit. Both these teams like to run, however.
Jones strips the ball away for the Hawks, brought in by Lejeune. Up the floor. Stoppage of play with the whistle by the referee, and we'll see what the call is. I believe a foul. Yes, a blocking foul is called against the Hawks. Or excuse me, against the Steelman. Called against Betts. So it will be Hawks basketball out of bounds. 3:02 left to go in the third quarter. 48-41. Edwards comes back into the game for the Steelman.
Quickly, we've seen Hillcrest get back into this ballgame. They're only down 7 points right now, and as you saw in that last bit of play, there are a lot of running between these two teams. Both these teams very quick. Hillcrest came out on the top of it, though, this time.
This is Hempel for Hillcrest. Bounce pass to Howard. Howard for 3. Air ball brought down by Lejeune. Lejeune to Jones. Jones, a long 3-pointer off the glass. No good. Brought down by Bates. Edmond now for the Steelman. Bounce pass to Betts. Betts tries to go inside the Ford and is stripped away on the floor, controlled. Ford tries to bring it in, but it's knocked out of bounds by Ryan Jones.
Excellent hustle that time by Ryan Jones. He knows his team is down. He knows they need every opportunity they're going to get, and that's why you see him on the floor trying to get that loose ball, because loose balls are very important.
Edwards for three, no good. Fight for the rebound. Whistle blows, a foul against number 34, Bates. Hawks basketball. The Steelmen with 5 team fouls here in the third quarter. The Hawks have not committed a foul.
And that's number 3 on Chip Bates.
Leisure up top for Jones. Jones goes down to Simmons. One dribble, spin around jumper is good.
Excellent inside skills exhibited there by Greg Simmons.
Edmond tries to go up the left side. He loses it out of bounds. The Township Steelmen will take a timeout. 48-43 is the score. The Hawks climbing back into this ball game with 2:06 left to play in the third.
Wise move there by Bob Koskowski. He wants to talk with his troops as Hillcrest cuts this deficit to 5. They have the ball, and Nick, they are moving.
They are moving the ball here in the later going of the third quarter, making the Steelmen run now. The Hillcrest team playing at their own pace, cutting the lead down to 5. Steelmen once led this ball game by as many as 14 points, and that was in this third quarter.
And that seems to be the difference in this quarter. As you said, the Hillcrest team is electing to make the Steelmen run, and that's exactly what they let Township do early in the game, which was dictate the pace. Now Hillcrest is saying this is the way we're going to play, and they're doing it effectively as they've gotten back into the ball game.
Hillcrest has climbed back into the ball game with the use of their perimeter game, and now they are effectively able to go down low to the baseline and down in the post.
Also seen a lot of hustle from the Hillcrest players as they're getting on the floor, going after those loose ball rebounds, as we talked before. And another thing that seems to be hindering Township now is some key fouls against 2 of their bigger players, Foster and Bates, who will be sitting the bench again now, which is not a good place if you want to be making an effect on a ball game.
Howard brings it up the left side. Tough defense put on by the Steelmen. Leisure goes inside to Hempel. Hempel back to Leisure. This is Jones. Now back to Howard. Simmons. Spin around jumper is no good. Brought down by the Steelmen. Cook up the floor. This is Ford. Ford does not have the numbers. Tried to take it himself, but as he went up, so the referee will say it's on the floor. Foul against the Hawks. That's their first foul here in the second half.
John Ford will go to the line after a great look-up court by Edmond. Ford going up and getting the foul. He'll go to the line, shooting only 28% last. No, he's not going to go to the line. You're right. You're right, Nick. This will be an out-of-bounds play.
48-43, a minute and a half left. This is Betts. Betts will be called for the travel violation as he moves his pivot foot. Hillcrest fans now coming to their feet as they see their team slowly get back into this ball game.
Here's a great opportunity for Hillcrest now on the turnover. They need to capitalize on this.
Howard, nice piece of dribbling, puts up the open shot, no good, brought down to Leisure. He goes back up, cannot get it to fall. Brought down by Edmond. Here come the Steelmen. Edmond takes it all the way to himself. His shot's no good, brought down by Edmond Smith. A minute left to go in the third quarter. This is Leisure for the Hawks.
Great piece of running by both teams, neither able to complete down low under the basket.
Leisure tries to get the pass to Howard, but he has it out of bounds off his fingertips. Steelman basketball, 51 ticks left to go in the third quarter. Edmond now for the Steelmen. Edmond, left side jumper is good.
Drives right around Greg Simmons that time and gets the easy two.
50-43, 30 seconds left. Reserve bounce pass to Simmons. Simmons goes up, but he's fouled by Ford. Simmons taking the trip through the charity stripe.
Ford making his presence known on the inside. Not going to give Simmons any easy shots. That's a big man in there, Nick. 6'9". That's Ford's first foul, so he's doing pretty good so far tonight.
A few substitutions now for both teams. Rashad Nichols checks in for Hillcrest, along with Richard Tay for the Steelmen. Simmons' first shot is up and it's no good. Simmons. The second is up and that one is good. Hillcrest with the press. Edmond breaks it. Bounce pass down low to Bates. Bates goes up hard off the glass. His shot does not fall. Out of bounds, last touched by the Hawks. 17 seconds left to go in the third quarter.
Chip Bates seems to be in disbelief as he took a hard fall to the floor here on this inside drive. He wants to know why a foul wasn't called. And on that last time down, Nick, I don't know if you saw it, that press that you talked about, Hillcrest put 3 men on one guy, and that's what seemed to open up Bates down low.
Foster to Edmond. Edmond, baseline, nice piece of shooting now for the Steelmen as Edmond lays it in. Howard, 4 seconds, 3 seconds. His shot is no good, and that's the end of the third quarter. 52-44 is the score in favor of the Steelmen. We'll take a timeout. We'll be back with the fourth and final quarter right after this on the WCSF Radio TV Network.
This broadcast is being underwritten by the John Manor Insurance Agency. For all of your insurance needs, be a part of the winning team. 220 North Larkin Avenue, Joliet. Call 815-729-4650. NBD Bank, 2500 West Jefferson Street, Joliet. Phone 815-729-5000. Lentz Mufflers, Brakes and Shocks, full-service auto repairs. 2419 Plainfield Road, Joliet. Call 439-2400. And by Bill Jacobs Chevy, Geo, Mazda, Mitsubishi. Proudly serving Will County's transportation needs since 1955. 2001 West Jefferson, Joliet. Phone 725-7110. J&F Sports Specialties. T-shirts, uniforms, sweats, accessories. 1399 Plainfield Road, Joliet. Phone 815-741-8801. And by Pizzas by Marshaloni, 1603 North Rainer in Crest Hill. Phone 722-1616. Stofan, Agazy and Company Incorporated. Call and compare stocks, bonds, mutual funds, annuities, and options. 2301 Glenwood Avenue, Joliet. Phone 729-1266. And by Joliet Lithoprint Company Incorporated. Service printers. 423 North Chicago Street, Joliet. 727-4951. And by Newsom Rehabilitation and Sports Medicine Centers, 401 Madison Street in Joliet. Call 815-744-4660. And now back to the action with the WCSF Radio TV Network Thanksgiving Basketball Classic.
Let's go now to Lorna Whitfield on the sidelines. Lorna?
Oldest players that it comes down to confidence, and they're not playing right now like they want to win this game, and that shows because the amount of points that they were winning by has dropped considerably. So in the fourth quarter, they want them to play with more confidence, and they will win this game. Back to you, Jeff and Nick.
We're at the start of the fourth quarter, 52-44 in favor of the Steelmen. Leisure trying to find someone to pass into, gets it into Hempel. Hempel in pressure. Leisure now for the Hawks. Leisure between the circles, sets up his offense, gets it to Jones. Jones driving, tries to go from the free throw line and is stripped away, but he gets it back. Hempel. Jones for three, and it's no good. Brought down by the Steelmen. Quickly up the floor. Edmond gets it over to Terry. Terry goes up off the glass for two.
On that last play, Nick, we saw a Joliet Township team with a lot more intensity defensively that time. That keyed their transition, and now they're starting to build that lead again.
Back up to a 10-point lead now for the Steelmen. Emmett Smith takes a dribble, looking for Hempel, and gets it to him. Hempel now for Jones. Big Ryan Jones on the left side. The Hawks try to go inside, and they're going to have it stripped away. See what the call is. The Steelmen intercept the pass, tried to go up court to Edmond, but it was too far. Edmond tried to save it, but it went out of bounds. So the Hawks will have the ball again. Hempel in between the circles. This is Leisure. Leisure pulls up. His jumper's no good. Nice job by Bates to bring down the board.
Bates skying up there, getting above all his opponents to grab that rebound.
Marcus Foster gets it into Ford, and he puts it up for two.
And now we see John Ford at his best. He turns, face the basket, an easy 2 points for him, and that's the way it should be for a 6'9" guy all night long.
6:20 left to go in the game. 56-44 in favor of Joliet Township. This is Simmons. Tried to go inside as he goes up. He's fouled by John Ford. Richard Howard coming back into the ballgame for the Hawks. He replaces number 50, Ryan Jones, will take a break.
The big man, John Ford's second foul. Both of those coming in the second half for him. It looks like the referees are talking it over right now.
We do not want to let this game get out of control as the referees are talking to the players from Township and from Hillcrest. Noel's got to be telling them to just take it easy and have fun. Simmons at the line. His jumper, or his free throw shot is up and good.
And that's one thing we talk about, Nick. We make these games seem pretty serious when in fact it's all about learning the skills of basketball and just having a good time.
Simmons, the shot is up and that one is also good. 56-46 in favor of the Steelmen. Ford picks out Simmons. He gets it to Foster. Foster inside to Bates. Who raises it up.
They love Chip Bates, do the Joliet Township fans, and he gets them going. We also see some great ball handling from the 6'9" John Ford.
Smith gains the loose ball. He goes up off the glass for two. Ball is knocked around. Trying to go quickly up the floor. Bates regains it. This is Terry. Terry now. Baseline layup is no good. Offensive charge called against Terry and the Steelmen. Terry can't believe it.
Fans not exactly happy about that one, as a seemingly ghostly apparition of number 54, Emmett Smith, draws an offensive foul against Richard Terry. We have some littering of paper. Fans not too happy about that.
We restart the quarter here. 5:41 left to go in the game. 58-48. This is Hempel. Gives it up to Richard. Richard now trying to start his offense. Simmons from 12 feet, no good. Brought down, loose ball, last touch by the Steelmen.
Rattling around on the inside is big number 54, Emmett Smith, 230 pounds, keeping it alive for the Hillcrest Hawks. As they start to fade away in this game, they're down 10 points. They need every chance they can get.
Referee telling Richard Terry once again just to keep his cool. Howard down low to Smith. Smith one dribble, try to give it to Simmons, broken up by Terry. Terry now for the Steelman. Bounce pass to Edmond. Edmond. Foster thought about the three instead, takes a couple dribbles inside the arc. His jumper is good, 60-48. We have 5 minutes left to go in the game.
Great eyes by Dwayne Edmond. That's why they have him running the points as he finds the wide open Marcus Foster. He says, hey, I'm thinking a 3. No, I'm thinking an easy 2. And we have a 12-point game here in the 4th.
The Hawks take a timeout. 60-48 is the score. 5:47 left to go in the ball game. Don't forget, coming up at 8:30, our second game between the Providence Catholic High School Celtics and the Joliet Catholic Academy Hilltoppers.
That'll be a great game as well, Nick. Catholic versus Catholic. You have to like that.
Don't forget, both of these games will be rebroadcast on Channel 15 WCTV. Tomorrow night, Joliet Township versus Hillcrest will be broadcast at 6, and Providence versus Joliet Catholic Academy will be broadcast at 8 o'clock.
Some of the little guys there, Nick, enjoying this great basketball here on a Friday night at the Rec Center, College of St. Francis in Joliet, Illinois.
Don't forget, if you have to leave the house, this game is being broadcast live on 98.7 FM WCSF. Hempel for the Hawks. Trying to get it to Jones, had it knocked away, controlled by the Steelman. Edmond now. Edmond. Nice! Nice save!
Hello!
Brings the crowd on fire to base. Edmond gets the alley to the base for 2 points.
Edmond can see the floor, and Chip Bates can dunk the basketball.
Simmons now for the Hawks. He goes up and has his shot rejected.
Here we go again. We'll take a look at this big power jam one more time. Chip Bates says, hey, this one's mine. And we have a big lead now, Nick.
62-48 is the score, 4:26. Howard for 3, no good. Bates tried to get position. Lejeune calls for the push.
That crowd was waiting for that one, Nick, and this place erupted. Chip Bates seems to bring that type of intensity to the floor for the Joliet Township team. This should be a key all throughout the season for them.
Bates with the basketball for the Steelman. He gives it up to Edmond. Edmond now with about 4 minutes left to go in the game. Edmond takes it all the way to the hoop. Nice job by Edmond. Lejeune puts dribble. Gets it down low, but we're going to have an offensive charge called against Lejeune.
John Ford steps up, takes that charge, and everything seems to be going Joliet Township's way now as the big man sets himself. That's what they teach you in fundamentals, Nick. Set yourself and take the charge.
Edmond now for the Steelman. To Terry. To Bates. The jumper is no good. Knocked around. Last touch by Ford. It will be Hawk basketball with 3 minutes and 40 seconds left to go in the game. 64-48 in favor of the Steelman. This is Howard. For Leisure. Leisure driving the basket for 2 points. A couple of Steelmen now on the floor.
Dwayne Edmonds slow to get up for Joliet Township. Seems to be all right.
Edmond having a great game for the Steelmen, getting a lot of assists, especially here in the second half.
He's also been one of the Steelmen that has been able to crack that inside defense of Hillcrest, swoop into the lane for easy points.
Bates tries to go inside. He gets it inside to Edwards, and Edwards lays it in off the glass as the Steelmen now are slowly pulling away. Simmons in traffic. He gets to Leisure. Leisure inside the paint. Try to go down low to Hempel. Knocked loose. The Hawks regain control. Hempel try to go to Jones, but a foul is called against Bates as he went over the back.
This trap defense by the Joliet Township team has the Hawks passing all over the place and not exactly sure what they're doing. Here you see Chip Bates. Once again, he has 4 fouls now. Joliet Township needs him out on the floor, Nick, as we discussed before.
Hempel at the line. First shot is up and good to cut into this lead. Under 3 left to go in the game, 66-51. In favor of the Steelmen. Hempel's second shot is up and make it 66-52. Foster for Betts. This is Edwards. Edwards nearly has it stripped away. Nice job to get it back. Rebound brought down by Bates. Bates puts it back up off the glass. Bates really electrifying this Steelman offense. Simmons thought about the 3. Being guarded by Edwards. Simmons, now he takes a 3. His shot is no good. Brought down by Leisure. Leisure in the paint. Spin around jumper, no good. Brought down by Bates. Bates bounce pass to Edwards. Hempel called for the reach-in foul as Edwards trying to get it up the floor.
As you talk about Bates, Nick, what he does so well is not only can he rebound the ball on both ends of the court, he has a great presence of mind down low as far as scoring points in the paint.
Dwayne Edmond now gets back into the ball game for the Steelmen. Betts inbound the ball for the Steelmen with 2:22 left to go in the ball game. Edmond now for the Steelmen. He's in traffic. He gets it off to Bates. Bates up top for Marcus Foster. Foster faked the shot and he tried to go inside. A foul away from the ball. Called against the Steelmen. Looks like it's going to be against Chip Bates. This will send the Hawks to the line. They are in a super bonus, so they will be taking 2 shots.
That is Chip Bates' 5th foul. That will send him to the bench. This will be the 2nd time in this tournament that he's fouled out. But he's done his work tonight, Nick. He's kept this Joliet Township offense alive, even electrifying it, as we like to call it tonight, with several big dunks. I think he's done his work. He deserves a rest.
This will be Ryan Jones at the line as Walton checks in now for the Steelmen. He will replace Bates. Jones' first shot up off the front of the rim. Second shot up, no good. Edmond goes all the way in for the Steelmen.
More great transition play for Joliet Township as Edmond elects to take it himself and gets it easily.
Howard tried to go to the basket himself, going out of bounds, saved by Hempel. This is Leisure giving it up to Hempel. Hempel now down low in 2-man coverage. His shot is rejected by Ford. Betts regains loose ball. Hempel tries to get it back, but he is called for the foul. The Steelmen now pulling away from the Hawks. 1:44 left to go in the game.
John Ford, huge on the inside. He makes his presence known on this drive. This one is not going to go in the basket this time.
Howard for the Hawks. He will take it in by himself. This is Betts. Betts and it's stripped away. Simmons controls the ball. 1:20 left to go. Hawks down by 16. Howard for Simmons. For three, and it's no good. Controlled by the Steelman. Walton brings it down. He gives it up to Edmond, and Edmond will slowly bring the ball up the court. Marcus Foster. Under a minute left to go. The Steelman will draw out the clock now as they're up by 16 points in command of this ball game. Betts puts up a shot as it tipped by the Hawks. Hempel for Simmons. Simmons, baseline. He's trying to go in for the slam, and it's out of bounds. Simmons trying to answer Bates, could not get it down. Nothing going right for the Hawks.
You see the skying theatrics of Greg Simmons, just can't get it down.
43 seconds left, 70-54 in favor of the Steelmen. (70-54), 36 left to go in the game.
Nick, this has been an excellent ball game, especially for the Joliet Township Steelmen. They have rebounded from that loss with a very effective win, shutting down a very powerful Hillcrest team.
Edmond with the basketball. He's fouled by Hempel. The Hillcrest Hawks now fouling to an attempt to stop the clock in hopes of getting the lead back, but it's really almost out of their hands right now. Only 32 seconds left to go.
You have to admire their effort, Nick, never giving up throughout this ball game.
Edmond now at the line for the Steelmen, shooting 1 and 1. The shot is up and good. 71-54 is the score.
Edmond shot 67% from the free throw line last season. He's doing his work there as well tonight as Joliet Township sends their players away for some defensive coverage.
Second shot does not fall. 30 seconds left. The Steelmen up by 17 points. Foster with the rebound for the Steelmen, and he'll be fouled by Hempel. 20 seconds left to go in the game. It's all but over right now. Talking about player of the game right now, it will have to go either to Edmond or Bates.
A long shot and rebound by Marcus Foster, who's been key for Joliet Township tonight.
The player of the game for the Steelmen, as Jeff and I discussed it, will be Dwayne Edmond.
Nick, he's played a heads-up ball game for Joliet Township tonight. As you saw, he drove the lane as well as made many key outside shots, and he was a great defensive player this evening.
Really did it all for the Steelmen tonight. Foster's shot does not fall. It's his leisure with 17 seconds. Three-pointer is rejected by Walton. Edmond regains the ball, and they will just run out the clock. 9 seconds, 8 seconds. A three-pointer is put in by Terry, the nail in the coffin. Marcus Foster puts in the open bucket. The final score, 76-54. The Steelmen blow out the Hawks here in the third game of the tournament.
Exactly, Nick, and as you saw there, that just kind of is the icing on the cake as far as Joliet Township concerned, as Big Three and a steal ends this game and effectively evens them up at 1 and 1 apiece.
We're going to take a break. We'll be back with the post-game show along with the player of the game interview right after this on the WCSF Radio TV Network.
This broadcast is being underwritten by Glenwood Marathon, an American company serving you a super service center at Glenwood and Republic in Joliet. Call 744-1651. Ace Hardware Lawn and Vacuum, sales, parts, service on most brands. 316 Republic in Joliet. Phone 744-4000. And by David Nelson Exquisite Jewelry, 1312 West Jefferson Street, Joliet. Phone 741-8741. Best Dance Academy, ballet, tap, jazz, acrobatics, 1934 Essington in Joliet. Phone 439-9070. And by George K's Music, your one-stop family music store. 822 Plainfield Road, Joliet. 727-4656. And by Don's Body Shop. They take the dents out of accidents. 1927 Don Mauer Drive in Crest Hill. Phone 729-1400. Imperial Electronics. Satellite receiving system, master antenna system, home and commercial. 1312 West Jefferson, Joliet. Phone 729-0161. And by Douglas L. Zeke, attorney at law. Mode Feeder Building in Joliet. 16 West Van Buren Street. Phone 727-4850. The Tezak Funeral Home. First in service since 1908. 459 North Ottawa Street in Joliet. Call 722-0524. And by Spezia, Ayers, Ardaugh, and Wunderlich, attorneys at law. Located at 2 Rialto Square, Suite 200, 116 North Chicago Street, Joliet. Call 726-4311. And by Codo Pharmacy, 1522 East Washington, Joliet. Call 727-4721. And Joliet Professional Pharmacy, 2100 Glenwood Avenue in Joliet. Call 725-9314. Chicago Title, the Will County office at 103 North Ottawa Street in Joliet. 726-5331. Friday Kitchen at KFC. Catfish, perch, cod, shrimp, chicken, and more. 2720 West Jefferson, Joliet. Phone 725-0746. And now back to the action with the WCSF Radio TV Network Thanksgiving Basketball Classic.
Welcome back to the College of St. Francis Recreation Center. Let's send it now to Jeff Julian for the post-game interviews. Jeff?
Joining me right now are our player of the game, Dwayne Edmond, and Coach Bob Koskowski of the Joliet Township Steelmen. Dwayne, you guys came off of a close loss the other night to Joliet Catholic Academy. Tonight, you guys really came at Hillcrest. How you feeling right now?
I feel real good about our team, myself, and coach, and everything that happened tonight. I think players rebounded from last Wednesday, and we come on strong in the second half.
Okay, how do you guys feel going into your next matchup? Do you feel ready, prepared?
Yeah, we feel we got the first game jitters out of us now. Now we're ready for the whole season. We don't plan on losing no more.
Excellent. Coach, as far as the other night, how did you get your players ready and motivated for tonight's game, coming off what a lot of people are considering an upset?
Well, you know, it may have been an upset. Joliet Catholic's got a great team, number one. And you know in that first game, as everybody else does, it's always very tough because you don't know how to feel the other guy out. And they played a great game. We went in the gym today at 10 o'clock, and the kids stayed there till about 11:30, and we talked, and we did some things in preparation for Hillcrest, just like we'll do now for Providence, which is a very good club. But the guys came out ready to play. They don't want to lose again. As Dwayne said, I would just like to echo his feelings that they seem to be coming together now. We're going to have our ups and downs because we've got some young guys out there. But we've got the first game jitters out of the way. I'm sure I'm happy the way we came out and played tonight.
Exactly. Dwayne had 17 points tonight, and another key player for you guys was Chip Bates. A couple of key slam dunks for him. Your senior leadership seems to be stepping up a lot. Are you happy with that?
Right, we sure do. We need John Ford, Chip, and of course Dwayne to step up. There are guys from last year that played a lot. Chip was saddled with foul trouble, as you know, the other night against JCA, and tonight too he was saddled with foul trouble. We got him in there. He did a nice work for us in the third quarter and a little bit in the fourth where he fouled out. But if he can stay out of foul trouble, that's the kind of play we need from Chip. We need 15 points a game from him. We need about 10 from Ford, and we need about 15 to 12, 17 in there from Dwayne. Then we're all right because then we got Marcus Foster chipping in 11 or 12. Then that's right where we need to be. Right where we need to be. Then we got the other juniors coming in, getting 6, 7. You know, that's what we need.
Exactly. Sounds good. Congratulations, Dwayne, and to you, Coach Koskowski.
Thanks, Jeff.
Back to you, Nick.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jeff. That's the end of the first game in tonight's broadcast. Don't forget, coming up at 8:30, Providence Catholic versus Joliet Catholic Academy. So for Jeff Julian, I'm Nick Weiss. Hope you stay tuned for the 8:30 ball game. So long, everybody. As far as he is concerned, because the senior leaders need to step up. Dargousis is the only one regular returning player from last year.
And that's kind of surprising for the success that Joliet Catholic has had so far within this tournament, returning only one player. That's a big success story to be going 2-0 right now in this tournament. That's the first time, if I'm correct, right, Nick, as far as...
Yes, it is. Joliet Catholic's only won one game in this tournament. They were 0-3 first year, and last year they went 1-2. Now let's turn it over to our public address announcer Matt Ketchum.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Folks, can I have your attention, please? Will all please rise for the playing of our national anthem?
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, brought stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts before were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the firebirds singing in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 1995 WCSF Radio TV Network Thanksgiving Basketball Classic. At this time, we wish to thank everyone for joining us here at the College of St. Francis Recreation Center for tonight's exciting matchup. Tonight, the Joliet Catholic Academy Hilltoppers face the Hillcrest High School Hawks. This competitive boys basketball tournament provides the opportunity for local teams to compete on a neutral court in a collegiate setting. We would like all in attendance to remember that athletics are designed to promote lifetime values. Sportsmanship is one such value that makes these contests an educational experience. Remember, sport a winning attitude. Media coverage of this event is provided by students from the College of St. Francis Journalism Communications Department. And now for tonight's starting lineups. First, for the visiting Joliet Catholic Academy Hilltoppers. A 5'10 senior, number 11, Brad Foster. A 6'2 senior, number 21, Mick Alessio. A 6'2 senior, number 30, John O'Brien. A 6'1 senior, number 31, Andy Tibbett. And a 6'8 senior, number 33, Doug Dargousis. And now for the Hillcrest High School Hawks, a 5'9 junior, number 20, General Hemphill. A 6'2 senior, number 24, Greg Simmons. A 6-foot senior, number 44, Walter LaSure. A 6'3 junior, number 50, Ryan Jones. And a 6'3 senior, number 54, Emmett Smith. The officials for tonight's game are Forrest Nelson and Al Smeagol. The officials are registered by the Illinois High School Association. Their experience and integrity qualify them to administer the rules of the game. On behalf of the College of St. Francis, we sincerely hope you will enjoy tonight's game and support your team with a positive and winning attitude. Again, we would like to thank everyone for joining us here tonight. Let's play ball.
There you have our starting lineups: Foster, Alessio, O'Brien, Tibbett, and Dargousis for the Hilltoppers, and for the Hawks, Hemphill, Simmons, Leisure, Jones, and Smith. So the same lineup both these teams had in the previous ball game.
Nick, a stat I was looking at before this game here, as far as Hillcrest's offensive woes against Joliet Township, they shot 29% in the first half of that game and 29% for the game, as compared to Joliet Catholic in their first game, 60% and 49% for the game. So Hillcrest is definitely going to have to step up their offensive production in this ball game to stay competitive with Joliet Catholic.
This game should very well be a very defensive-oriented game like the Providence Joliet Catholic game was. Low-scoring matchup. I think it will be low-scoring, but you never know in high school basketball. Dargusis and Smith for the tip-off, and Smith tips it to Hemphill, and the Hawks will start things off. The fifth game is underway. Joliet Catholic playing tough D. Simmons with Foster all over him. Now he'll drive. Baseline jumper is up, and it's no good. Brought down by Alessio. The 6'2 senior gets in there for the rebound. Foster. He's on the baseline. He puts up the shot, and it won't fall. Foul on Ryan Jones over the back. The first team foul as he and O'Brien went up for the same rebound.
Ryan Jones, number 50, is a 6'3 junior. He's trying to get in the mix early here. Rebounding hard. And he'll commit his first foul of the ballgame, Nick. Fouls have been a key throughout this game and throughout this tournament.
Alessio inbounds the ball to Tibbet. Tibbet, free throw line jumper, hits the front of the rim, no good. O'Brien brought it down, went back up, and he was fouled again, this time by Emmett Smith.
So we see two Hawks players getting physical already, and I think that's important for them. Definitely be physical on the inside defensively and get physical offensively. Big Emmett Smith, he's 6'3", 230 pounds, takes that shot right out of it. John O'Brien goes to the free throw line.
O'Brien, a big factor in the first ball game for the Hilltoppers, only scored 2 points last night. His first shot up does not fall through. The Hilltoppers only shot 33% from the free throw line against Providence last night. So again, free throws will be the factor tonight in the later going.
As we've talked many times, free throws seem to be the key in late and close ball games.
1-0 is the score. 7:20 left to go in the first quarter. Hemphill now for the Hawks with Alessio on him. Lejeune. Baseline. Bounce pass to Smith. Loses it. Has it tipped away. Tippett controls it for the Hilltoppers. Here he comes on the left side. Baseline jumper is rejected by Smith. And it went, or excuse me, that was Jones. Went out of bounds. It will be Hilltoppers' ball. So Tibbet a little anxious on the offensive side of the ball. Alessio will inbound the ball for the Hillmen. Dargusis in the paint, has it stripped away. Foster went for the steal on Hemphill, and he's called for the foul.
Good defensive pressure that time by Greg Simmons. Got a hand on that. Hillcrest trying to get into their transition game early. That'll net up some easy points. Good defensive pressure here. Dargusis stripped. They want to get it out to Simmons to get into the transition game, but Foster tries and picks the pocket.
Hemphill will control the ball for the Hawks. 1-0 in favor of the Hilltoppers. Good defense by Alessio once again. Emmett Smith with the ball above his head, looking for somebody to pass to. Not a Jones. They go inside to Lejeune. Lejeune will lose it as he goes up, but referee will call a foul on O'Brien, looks like the call is going to be.
This is John O'Brien's first foul. He had 4 in the previous ball game, and that put him in foul trouble early. And when you have a player like O'Brien that's so important to this team, it's trouble for him to be in foul.
The referee is saying the foul was on Foster. So that's Foster's second. 2 quick fouls.
Excuse me, Foster's another key player to this ball game. It seems to get into foul trouble early.
Lejeune sinks his first shot.
I just saw Foster takes a seat. Mark Blackburn in now for him.
Jones gets the offensive board, puts it back up, but Dargusis hauls it in. We're tied at 1. Blackburn A big man coming in off the bench. He drives to the hole, but he's fouled as he goes up. Two shots. Blackburn goes to the line. Blackburn in these games usually checking in for Michelesio, but tonight checks in for Foster as Foster has 2 fouls.
As Blackburn goes to the line, that's his. He went to the line 7 times in the previous game. Went 3 of 7 in that span.
Blackburn makes his first shot to give Joliet Catholic a 1-point lead. Second shot is also good. Hilltoppers now are beating the Hawks 3-1 with 6:18 left to go. Hempel will take it himself. It's good.
Hempel, a big key in that game against Joliet Township the other night for Hillcrest. He finished with 14 points in that ball game.
Tibbet for Dargusas. Up top to Blackburn. The Hawks now playing tough D, and Blackburn loses it. Will be called for the double dribble. Chris Van Tassel now checking into the ball game for the Hilltoppers. He replaces Andy Tibbet. Kevin Lass has a word with Tibbet. Tibbet may be a little bit nervous out there tonight. Hempel for the Hawks. Nearly stripped away, but the referee's going to call a foul.
Coach Lass pleading his case there. Michelesio playing good defense, but has a tendency when you get physical, when you get incensed, you do sometimes tend to slap.
Bit of a touchy foul though that time, Jeff. It appeared Alessio had all of the ball. Simmons brings it across half court. He'll take it himself. Had it stripped away. Blackburn saves it. Nice job by Mark Blackburn.
That's going to be a great defensive matchup between those two all night. Simmons and Blackburn, both keys for their teams.
Nice dish to Alessio for the easy bucket. 5-3, 6:20 left to go in the first quarter. Lejeune. Now for Hempel. Inside. Dish off to Jones. Smith, nice pass to Jones on the baseline.
There's something Ryan Jones tried to do all game the other night, was go inside and score points. Didn't have very much luck. Tonight, successful on his first attempt.
We're tied at 5. Blackburn loses it on the way up. He still tries to make the shot, but the referee is going to say last touched by the Hawks. The referee on the far sideline making the call.
Blackburn taking that shot, and as you see, referee calling it Hawks' way. So far, neither coaches have been exceptionally happy with our refereeing.
Alessio tries the three-pointer, but it hits the rim and bounces out of bounds. Hempel gives it up, tries to go to Lejeune. Too hard of a pass off his fingertips, out of bounds. Nice defense by O'Brien. Blackburn for the Hilltoppers. Bounce pass for Alessio. Alessio in the paint. He'll pull up. It rolls out, and Jones brings it down for the Hawks. Simmons for the Hawks. Up that left side for Smith. Smith trying to go into Jones, knocked away by Van Tassel. Lejeune all open. He goes up for the shot and puts it in.
Walter Leisure, a great inside penetrator for the Hillcrest Hawks. Seen him do it on the inside game every single night that we've watched these guys play.
Alessio for Van Tassel. Free throw line jumper. No good. Van Tassel misses the open shot. Hawks quickly in transition. Hempel inside the arc. No good. Tipped in by Emmett Smith.
Great hands by the big man, number 54, Emmett Smith.
9-5, 3:40 left to go in the first quarter. Dargusas trying to go to Alessio. Alessio, nice shot to tip it to Van Tassel. Van Tassel misses another shot. Hawks in transition. Blackburn with the steal. Blackburn tried to take it himself, but did not have the numbers. Blackburn now over anxious for the Hilltoppers as he went in 1-on-4. Elected to go for the shot. He gets the call this time.
That's something you can say for those JCA guards. They're small, Nick, but they are quick, and they are pesky on the defenders. Mark Blackburn and Brad Foster both can pick the pocket very well. Mark Blackburn goes to the line after a blocking foul called against Hillcrest.
Tibbet checks back into the ballgame now for the Hilltoppers. He replaces Van Tassel. Blackburn at the line for two.
Nick, the numbers on Andy Tibbet as we see him check back into the ballgame. He was the second leading scorer in the Joliet Catholic win last night. He had 9 points, second only to Dargus's 11.
Second shot off the front iron, but Bryant really knocks it away. Hempel for Lejeune. With O'Brien on him. Bounce pass inside to Jones. Nice dish to Hempel. Hempel fakes out. Alessio goes up. Alessio saying he got all ball, but the referee saying otherwise.
That'll be Alessio's second as he tries to shut down the Hillcrest offense. They really started passing that time, Nick, and the offense looked good that time.
Hempel. Hempel's first shot is up and it falls through.
I guess we had talked before. We've seen a lot of physical play throughout these tournament games, and we've seen referees approach that differently. So far in this game, they're not letting a lot of the physical stuff go by. They're calling some really ticky-tacky fouls, as you might say.
And they're calling it both ways. Hillcrest with a couple of weak fouls along with the Hilltoppers.
So that may slow down the pace of this ball game.
Blackburn drains another one, gives him 5 points.
Shots like that from Mark Blackburn, however, will keep this Joliet Catholic offense performing.
11-8, 2:47 left to go in the first quarter. Jones, spin around jumper on the baseline, brought down by Blackburn. The 5'10 junior gets into the mix. Blackburn takes it himself once again. His jumper is short, brought down by Tibbet as it knocked away. O'Brien now on the baseline for Tibbet. His jumper no good, tipped around, controlled by Blackburn. Blackburn will try the three to tie it up, no good. Nice save by the Hawks. This is Lejeune. Hey, Simmons open on the right side. Up top for Hempel. Smith. For Hempel now. Alessio on him. Fakes out Alessio. Hempel goes up. A brick off the glass. Ball on the floor. Controlled by Emmett Smith. Simmons all alone down low. Seconds up to Lejeune. Lejeune stripped away by Alessio. Alessio called for another foul. That's his third foul here in the first quarter.
That has to be a great concern for Coach Kevin Lass. Alessio, although he didn't have a lot of points in any of the games, what we've seen from him is a lot of leadership. And now he has 3 fouls. They're definitely going to have to send him to the bench, I think.
We're going to have a timeout in the action. We'll take a timeout as well. We'll be back with more on the WCSF Radio TV Network.
This broadcast is being underwritten by the John Manor Insurance Agency. For all of your insurance needs, be a part of the winning team. 220 North Larkin Avenue, Joliet. Call 815-729-4650. NBD Bank, 2500 West Jefferson Street, Joliet. Phone 815-729-5000. Lentz Mufflers, Brakes and Shocks, full-service auto repairs. 2419 Plainfield Road, Joliet. Call 439-2400. And by Bill Jacobs Chevy, Geo, Mazda, Mitsubishi. Proudly serving Will County's transportation needs since 1955. 2001 West Jefferson, Joliet. Phone 725-7110. J&F Sports Specialties. T-shirts, uniforms, sweats, accessories. 1399 Plainfield Road, Joliet. Phone 815-741-8801. And by Pizzas by Marshaloni, 1603 North Rainer in Crest Hill. Phone 722-1616. Stoughton, Agazy and Company Incorporated. Call and compare stocks, bonds, mutual funds, annuities, and options. 2301 Glenwood Avenue, Joliet. Phone 729-1266. And by Joliet Lithoprint Company Incorporated. Service Printers. 423 North Chicago Street, Joliet. 727-4951. And by Newsom Rehabilitation and Sports Medicine Centers, 401 Madison Street in Joliet. Call 815-744-4660. And now back to the action with the WCSF Radio TV Network Thanksgiving Basketball Classic.
Welcome back to the College of St. Francis Recreation Center. Along with Jeff Julian, I'm Nick Weiss. Don't forget this game is being broadcast live in stereo on WCSF 88.7 FM.
I think as we talked, we've seen Nick Alessio, a great senior leader for Joliet Catholic, get in foul trouble early with 3. He's going to see some bench time for a while, and that's early, first quarter, to be in that kind of foul trouble. I think that just kind of exemplifies what kind of calling we're getting in this game tonight.
Lejeune on the line for 2, drains his first shot. Second on the way is also good.
Lejeune was 3 for 6 the other evening against Joliet Township. You know, both of them.
Jabbar Nelson checks into the ballgame now for Hillcrest. Greenman and Van Tassel come into the game for the Hilltoppers. This is Van Tassel for O'Brien. Tough defense by Nelson. O'Brien try to go for the shot instead, try to pass to Greenan, but it was knocked away. Hempel the other way for Simmons. On the baseline, his jumper is good.
Hillcrest is now really starting to work their offense. They're taking their time, finding the man that's open. That time it was Greg Simmons, a great shooter for Hillcrest.
Van Tassel throws the ball away as he tries to give it to O'Brien. The Joliet Catholic offense now looks a little rattled out there against Hillcrest. We're playing tough defense.
Hillcrest starting to tighten down the clamps now. They'd like to pull away in this ball game. They don't want Joliet Catholic to have any easy chances.
15-8, 1 minute left to go in the game as Nelson, or in the quarter, Nelson loses the ball. Blackburn tries to take it himself once again, went for the pass, but knocked out of bounds.
Blackburn driving, we've seen him do that all night. He likes to go inside.
Van Tassel on the baseline, sent the pass to Tibbet. Tibbet for the easy 2 points.
Now that offense is starting to come back to life. Great eyes by Chris Van Tassel.
15-10, 40 seconds left to go in the quarter. Lejeune in the paint, high off the glass. The shot's no good. Brought down by Mark Blackburn. Blackburn taking himself once again. Free throw line jumper is good. 15-12 with 12 seconds left. As Blackburn trying to say Simmons last touched it, but the referee saying otherwise.
Blackburn has already outdone his total point score. In the previous game, he had 6. This time, he has 7 already here in this closing minutes of the first quarter.
9 seconds left. This is Nelson. His jumper is no good. Greener brings it down. They quickly cutting up the floor. Blackburn takes himself once again. His shot's rejected. 15-12 is the score at the end of the first quarter of play in favor of Hillcrest. So the Hilltoppers find themselves in familiar territory. I don't think they've ever led after a first quarter of this tournament, Jeff.
Still very close, Nick, and some good things going on for Joliet Catholic right now as they have been all over the boards so far. Especially you see guys like Doug Dargusis and Greenan out there who are big guys, but we've seen Mark Blackburn catch 4 or 5 rebounds at least, and he has been driving successfully all night against a Hillcrest defense.
During this break, it seems that Lejeune has bleeding now, as you see the blood on the floor. So he's going to have to get that wiped up before play resumes. I hope none of the cheerleaders step in it right now.
Boy, that'll do something to those nice white uniforms. That looks like his eye, perhaps, Nick, or maybe a cut above the eye. That's not good for them. Leisure has done great things for this Hillcrest offense. We've seen him. He's one of the only guys to really challenge the inside game and make an inside game for the Hillcrest team. So I'm sure there's some concern there on the part of Coach Capel. We get ready to clean up our mess out there.
Don't forget, coming up at 8:30 with an 8:15 pregame, Joliet Township versus Providence Catholic. Providence coming off a loss last night to the Hilltoppers, but the championship downstate for the Class 4A football. So, again, congratulations going out to Providence.
1 out of 2 ain't bad, Nick. We see our crewman doing a fantastic cleaning job. That's Nick Purcell doing his imitation
doing his own moonwalk.
Exactly. That guy's quite a skater.
And now he wipes the blood all over the floor.
Nick, he will not be going into any custodial career, as we can tell.
I don't think so. Nor will he be going to any Winter Olympics, that's for sure.
So we get that taken care of.
As Lorna Whitfield goes to check out what's going on. This is Blackburn now for the Hilltoppers. We're at the start of the second quarter. Tibbet. Dargusis fakes the shot. Blackburn fakes the three for Van Tassel. Tibbet now has it stripped away. Hempel. Tried to take it for the Hawks, did not have the numbers. Instead, brings it back up. Van Tassel with a tough defense, taunting Hempel. Hempel called for the 5-second violation. Not only did Van Tassel play tough defense, but also Hilltopper defense down low.
Great job by Chris Van Tassel that time. He really shut down an explosive player in Gennaro Hempel.
15-12, still the score. Van Tassel cuts into the lead, 15-14.
That's something I want to mention about the Joliet Catholic players. A lot of times you see them make a great play on defense, and then they're right back at it on offense, as we saw that time with Chris Van Tassel.
Simmons, who only has 2 points so far. Simmons, turnaround jumper, free throw line, good.
You must have heard you, Nick, and that was a great move by Greg Simmons. He's a big player for Hillcrest.
Van Tassel for Dargusis. Inside of Tibbet. Simmons fouls him, so now they're trying to work Tibbet into the mix down low. As we saw last night, they went to that right side Tibbet to Dargusis, but now Dargusis to Tibbet.
That's a surprising thing to see a big 6'8" player out on the wing looking more like a guard than a center.
Van Tassel does the job, brings it in to Blackburn. Blackburn tried to go down low, kicked by the Hawks. He gains control, he's in traffic, and he was fouled.
Hillcrest likes to use that trap defense. It's especially effective up in both corners. Anywhere that you have a line, you can trap a player using the out-of-bounds side and 2 of your own men. Sometimes it works, sometimes it nets you a foul.
Van Tassel nearly loses it. Pulls up from just inside the three-point arc for 2. Pulls within 1 once again for the Hilltoppers. 17-16, 6:18 left to go in the first half.
For Van Tassel, an important player in this Joliet Catholic comeback as they pull within 1.
Ball knocked out of bounds, saved by O'Brien. This is Tibbet for Blackburn. Blackburn tried to go up. Loose ball brought down by Smith at the same. Smith stepped on the line.
Make an update here on Walter Leisure. In fact, it's just a nosebleed, so nothing serious as we thought, cut nor eye. Just a nosebleed.
Terrell Wilson checks into the ball game now for the Hawks. O'Brien loses the ball out of bounds. Hempel restart the Hawks offense. We're under 6. 17-16 is the score in favor of Hillcrest. Simmons. Spin around jumper is good.
Simmons showing some excellent ball handling and great moves. He loves to spin to the left.
Just like that, Simmons now leading scorer for the Hawks. As Dargussis loses it out of bounds. Wilson's inbound the ball for the Hawks. He will bring things up for Hillcrest. Wilson, bounce pass for Hempel. Hempel with pivot on him. Simmons. Try to go down over to Smith, nearly knocked out of bounds. Nice job by Ryan Jones to save the ball. Simmons puts the move on, Jones puts the move on O'Brien. O'Brien calls for the foul. That's his first team foul.
That was an excellent by Ryan Jones to get that ball back into play.
Jones be at the line.
Jones went to the line 2 times in the game against Joliet Township. Didn't make any of his free throws. Coach Caffey hoping for an improvement. He won't go to the line this time, Nick, as we see.
Apparently the scoreboard was incorrect. Van Tassel pulls in the loose ball for Joliet Catholic. Blackburn now on the right side. Van Tassel will start it, bounce pass to O'Brien. O'Brien fakes out Jones. One dribble, he puts up the shot, and it falls through.
O'Brien gets on the board here in this ball game. 2 points last game. Hopefully better offensive production for him tonight for Joliet Catholic.
Well, had 1 free throw in the first quarter. Give him 3. Hempel. Tibbet nearly steals it away again. Wilson for Hempel. Hempel now. Dargussis with the steal. This is Blackburn. Blackburn will take it himself again, and another blocking foul called against Wilson.
That's twice the calls have gone Blackburn's way. He has really driven in there hard. Mark Blackburn likes to run that right side, especially on the transition game. He'll go to the line for 2. Because I'm looking at the points right now, we see a lot of guys, Van Tassel, Blackburn, really pitching in as far as the scoring, and we all know that Doug Dargussis is the big star for JCA as far as scoring and everything, but it's nice, I'm sure, for Coach Last to know that his other guys can step up and do the scoring as well.
Blackburn for his second shot is up, and it falls through. Joliet Catholic with the lead again. 20-19, 4:11 left to go. Scoreboard has yet to register that point. There we go. Jones left all open for the 3-pointer, and he drains it.
Definitely a defensive lapse there for Joliet Catholic, especially if they saw the first ball game. Jones loves to shoot 3, and he's very good at it.
Kevin Last not liking what he saw in that last defensive play for the Hilltoppers. He calls a timeout. 3:50 left to go in the first half. 22-20 in favor of the Hawks. Mark Blackburn, 9 points already in this first half.
It's been the story for Joliet Catholic as far as offense, but as you just talked about, Coach Last not very happy about what just transpired on defense and with necessary right, simply because everybody knows that Ryan Jones can shoot the 3, and you definitely don't want to leave him alone anywhere outside of that arc, because he loves to rain and drain, especially in this tournament so far.
Don't forget, this ball game will be rebroadcast on Monday at 8:30 on WCTV Channel 15, and next game JT versus Providence will be broadcast at 10:30, both from the PM on Monday night.
As you see us sneak a look at what Joliet Catholic is planning to do on their way out. It's one of our hard-working cameramen. Exactly what he's shooting. Well, we see what he's shooting. That's the Hillcrest Hawks cheerleading team. I wasn't sure if he was getting a floor shot or just... We're always having fun here on the WCSF Radio TV network.
22-20 is the score. Hawks clinging to a 2-point lead.
Foster back in this game, Nick. He has 2 fouls. He's one of those small guards that Joliet Catholic has that can really run the floor. He's a great defensive player.
Foster out there reminds me of an early Horace Grant with the wristband on his forearm. O'Brien, baseline jumper, overshot the hoop. Brought down by the Hawks. Lejeune, free throw line jumper, no good. And we're going to have a pushing foul called against the Hawks. This will put a Joliet Catholic at the line for the 1-and-1 bonus.
So fouls have been the story here, especially in the inside game so far. You see Brad Foster take a tumble to the floor, but that's been no shocking developments throughout this tournament. A lot of players have gone to the floor. It's been a very rough and physical tournament, and that always makes for great basketball, especially when the officials let you play that type of game.
Just as long as it's kept clean.
Exactly.
Foster at the line, drains his first one. First point of the evening for the 5'10" senior. Rebound hauled in by Emmett Smith. 22-21 is the score. Emmett Smith, baseline jumper, overshoots. Almost like a pass to Simmons instead. Stripped away by Dargoose, but instead, the referee calls a foul. Looked like it might have been clean. Simmons will be at the line for 2.
Greg Simmons into the lane, drives hard. He likes to go into the paint. As you said, Nick, that might have been a questionable call, but we won't question the referees. We'll leave that up to the coaches,
that up to the coaches
and
the players. Simmons' first shot doesn't go through.
Simmons made 6 trips to the line the other night against Joliet Township. He made 3. 6.
The second shot falls. 23-21, 3:15 left. Foster bounce pass to Van Tassel. Van Tassel try to go down low to O'Brien. O'Brien tries to save it, throws it into Emmett Smith instead. Lazy passes now for the Hilltoppers are going into the hands of the Hawks. Wilson will take it all the way to the baseline as he passes up every Hilltopper defender. Rebound brought in by Jones. That one does not fall. Brought in by Goosis. Nice job to save it. Van Tassel all the way up off the glass for 2 to tie the ball game. Nice job by Chris Van Tassel.
Joliet Catholic running their transition game, and you see Chris Van Tassel taking a different approach, not driving in like Mark Blackburn, stopping, popping the shot.
Hilltoppers now seem to be in some sort of type of zone defense, a 2-3 zone or 2-1-2. Three-pointer no good, hauled in by Van Tassel. Tippett, nice kiss off the glass, and a pass from Foster, so Foster really getting into the mix.
We've said a lot about Joliet Township being able to run, but I'd say Catholic has quite a good transition game themselves.
25-23, 1:50 left to go in the first half. Lejeune gives it up for Smith. Smith up top, Wilson pulls it back, nearly stripped away by Foster, and the referee on the near sideline calls the ball out of bounds. The referee on the far side then could not see the call, and I think the referee might have been helped a little bit by Coach Kevin Last and company.
Coach Campbell not happy about that last call at all, as that ball dribbles out of bounds.
A minute and a half left to go in the first half. Hilltoppers up by 2 points. Pivot now for Foster. Inside. They find O'Brien. Bryan, spin around jumper, no good. Tipped out by Dargusis, but the Hawks control it. This is Wilson. They have the numbers. Simmons nearly stiffed by Van Tassel, but no! The referee is going to call a travel violation against Greg Simmons.
Well, I'm surprised about that. That was a shake and bake move by Greg Simmons. He really had his defender beat that time.
Foster now for Van Tassel. Under a minute left to go in the first half. Check by left side. Now to O'Brien instead. O'Brien kicks it back to Foster. Foster for the open three-pointer, and it's good. (28-23), 43 seconds left to go in the half. Jones for the long three-pointer off the glass. No good. Simmons brings it down. Dargusis will be called for the hold. Again, the refs, very touchy fouls down low.
Greg Simmons getting his revenge. This time he will get a trip to the line.
Greenan and Blackburn come in.
Start Deuce's second foul for Joliet Catholic.
Simmons. His first shot is good. He almost crossed the line before the shot went through.
Because I'm looking at the stats from the game the other night against Joliet Township. Greg Simmons is a key player in this offense. He took 20 shots from the field the other night against Township.
28-25, 26 seconds left to go in the half. Hilltoppers ahead. Most likely will be playing for the last shot. Van Tassel, bounce pass to O'Brien. This is Pivot down low. He goes up in traffic, can't get the fall. Ball knocked around, controlled by the Hawks. Under 10 seconds, 8 seconds, 7. Leisure. This is Hempel up top for Jones. For three, no good. Brought down by the Hawks, and they can't put up a shot. The Hilltoppers will go into halftime with a 3-point lead. The score, 28-25.
So far, great, exciting basketball in this ball game. One thing that's great for both teams, I think these teams are very similar in the fact that they have a lot of players that step up and play really great ball game. For Joliet Catholic, we've seen Blackburn, Foster, and O'Brien playing especially well. And on the other side, Hempel, Simmons, and Jones doing great things for Hillcrest. It's really nice to see that these teams aren't really depending on one man to do most of their scoring.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back with more halftime action on the WCSF Radio TV network.
This broadcast is being underwritten by the John Manor Insurance Agency. For all of your insurance needs, be a part of the winning team. 220 North Larkin Avenue, Joliet. Call 815-729-4650. NBD Bank, 2500 West Jefferson Street, Joliet. Phone 815-729-5000. Lens Mufflers, Brakes and Shocks, full-service auto repairs. 2419 Plainfield Road, Joliet. Call 439-2400. And by Phil Jacobs Chevy, Geo, Mazda, Mitsubishi. Proudly serving Will County's transportation needs since 1955. 2001 West Jefferson, Joliet. Phone 725-7110. J&F Sports Specialties. T-shirts, uniforms, sweats, accessories. 1399 Plainfield Road, Joliet. Phone 815-741-8801. And by Pizzas by Marshaloni, 1603 North Rainer in Crest Hill. Phone 722-1616. Stofan, Agazy and Company Incorporated. Call and compare stocks, bonds, mutual funds, annuities, and options. 2301 Glenwood Avenue, Joliet. phone 729-1266. And by Joliet Lithoprint Company, Incorporated, Service Printers, 423 North Chicago Street, Joliet, 727-4951. And by Newsom Rehabilitation and Sports Medicine Centers, 401 Madison Street in Joliet. Call 815-744-4660. And now back to the action with the WCSF Radio TV Network Thanksgiving Basketball Classic.
We're at halftime at the College of St. Francis Recreation Center in Joliet, Illinois. 28-25 is the score in favor of Joliet Catholic. Jeff, like I said earlier, I believed it would be a low-scoring game, and so far in this game it has been, as the Hilltoppers are playing tough D, and so are Hillcrest.
Exactly. It's not only been the defense that has changed this ball game and really slowed down the tempo. We've seen, as we talked about before, several ticky-tacky fouls going both ways against these teams. So it could have a lot to do with the refereeing as well.
Referees are calling kind of touch-and-go fouls right now, but we're going to take another break. We'll be back with more halftime action on the WCSF Radio TV Network.
This broadcast is being underwritten by the John Manor Insurance Agency. For all of your insurance needs, be a part of the winning team. 220 North Larkin Avenue, Joliet. Call 815-729-4650. NBD Bank, 2500 West Jefferson Street, Joliet. Phone 815-729-5000. Lens Mufflers, Brakes and Shocks, full-service auto repairs. 2419 Plainfield Road, Joliet. Call 439-2400. And by Phil Jacobs Chevy Geo Mazda Mitsubishi. Proudly serving Will County's transportation needs since 1955. 2001 West Jefferson, Joliet. Phone 725-7110. J&F Sports Specialties. T-shirts, uniforms, sweats, accessories. 1399 Plainfield Road, Joliet. Phone 815-741-8801. And by Pizzas by Marshaloni, 1603 North Rainer in Crest Hill. Phone 722-1616. Stoughton, Agazy and Company, Incorporated. Call and compare stocks, bonds, mutual funds, annuities, and options. 2301 Glenwood Avenue, Joliet. Phone 729-1266. And by Joliet Lithoprint Company, Incorporated. Service Printers. 423 North Chicago Street, Joliet. 727-4951. And by Newsom Rehabilitation and Sports Medicine Centers, 401 Madison Street in Joliet. Call 815-744-4660.